Eduardo Martinez, are you there?
So we still don't have any music on air? Okay.
I go back to prepaid or not?
Well, where is everybody? There's some more. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. I think we have a quorum, Madam Clerk.
Yes, we do.
You ready to roll?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the open session to hear public comment before the closed session. Call the roll, please.
The time is 5:31. Vice Mayor Bates is absent. Councilmember Choi,
Here.
Councilmember Johnson,
Present.
Councilmember Martinez,
Here.
Councilmember Myrick,
Here.
Councilmember Willis, Councilmember Willis,
Here.
okay, and Mayor Butt.
Here.
Okay, let me make this quick announcement. If you would like to make public comment on any of the following items the council will discuss in closed session, please raise your hand now. To comment by video conference, click on the participants button at the bottom of your screen and select the raise hand button. To comment by phone, press the star and then 9 key. After all the items have been read into the record, the request to speak period will be closed. In closed session, the council will discuss the following items. Conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives, Jack Hughes, employee organizations, SEIU Local 1021 full-time unit, SEIU Local 1021 part-time unit, IFPTE Local 21 mid-level management unit, IFPTE Local 21 mid-level executive management unit, Richmond Police Officers Association, RPOA, Richmond Police Management Association, RPMA, IAFF, Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association, RFMA. Conference with real property negotiator. Property is Terminal 3. Agency negotiators, Laura Snyderman and Jim Mazorkis. Negotiating parties, Terminal 3 partners. And under negotiation are the price and terms of payment. Okay, we have we have 7 hands.
One speaker.
And 1 speaker, sorry. The speaker will have 2 minutes to address the council.
Okay. I have
How many speakers do you have?
one.
Oh, okay.
I have Jim Hansen on the line. Jim, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Mayor and council, I've approached you and others have talked to you or written in concerning the process being used on a major city asset, which is our port property at Terminal 3. The public knows very little about this and really, as addressed before, should really know what the city's financial objectives are for port properties, and in particular, what standard competitive processes have been used to begin lease or purchase of this terminal property, including the request for qualifications, specifications, how the city staff actively recruited among many potential businesses. As you know, it goes without saying, these are major revenue producers for the city. Any process that does not return the fullest and best return to the city, particularly when we keep seeing some of the same individuals showing up as investors or lease signers on our port properties, I think really raises concerns. And I think that we request that you address this with the public and you address this in your closed session. And therefore, to put a pause on this process until this is explained further to the public. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And that
there
was
are-
the only speaker.
That was the last speaker?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We are now adjourned to closed session.
Hi, the guy with the name Mike, is that Mike Kaplan?
Yes, correct.
I see a quorum, Madam Clerk. Are you ready to begin? Unmute yourself, Pam.
Yes, I'm ready. 1, 2, 3. I see 5.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, everyone, to the special meeting of the Richmond Housing Authority. Call the roll, please.
And the time is 6:28. Commissioner Bates, Commissioner Choi,
Here.
Commissioner Johnson,
Present.
Commissioner Martinez,
Here.
Commissioner Myrick,
Here.
Commissioner Willis,
Here.
Lieutenant Commissioner Scott, Lieutenant Commissioner Scott, Vice Chair Bates, absent. Chair Butt,
Here.
Okay, Tenant Commissioner Scott and Vice Chair Bates are absent. Next on the agenda is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none. Item C is a report from the Executive Director.
Good evening, Chair Butt and members of the Richmond Housing Authority staff. This is Shasta Curl, Deputy City Manager, Economic Development. This evening, we just want to show one slide. So if KCRT can go ahead and put that up real quick, that would be extremely helpful. Slide 2, please. We are really elated that we are at a key milestone in our asset repositioning. The Hacienda purchase and sale agreement is ready to go. We really want to thank our partners at Mercy Housing and CHDC. Their staff have worked incredibly hard with the Richmond team to bring this project to fruition. I also want to acknowledge and thank the Richmond Housing Authority Executive Director, Nanette Beecham, and Project Manager, Gabino Arredondo, as well as Carlos Pravat in the City Attorney's Office for their continued support of this project and all the work that's gone into bringing it to fruition. The other city departments that have been really key in this effort include community development led by Lena Velasco and Roberta Feliciano, who is the planner, who was able to get this development project through Planning Commission and DRB in unprecedented time. I would also like to thank our colleague Yadar Bermudez, the Public Works Director, for all of his support in keeping the site clean while it's been vacant. We are moving towards submitting a tax credit allocation request as well as bond request on September 24th. And so just wanted to let you know this is a key milestone that is before us with our asset repositioning to improve the surrounding Iron Triangle neighborhood where this development is located in close proximity to Social Security and mitigate and alleviate blight and provide new housing for our community. Thank you so much for your continued support. That concludes the overview of and accomplishments that we wanted to report out. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Next item. Unmute, Pam.
Next on the agenda is agenda review.
Anybody want to take anything off the consent calendar? Looks like no. Okay,
Well, next on the agenda, we need approval to approve the Housing Authority consent calendar.
So moved.
Motion by Johnson,
Second.
second by Myrick. Call the roll, please.
Vice Chair Bates? Absent. Commissioner Choi?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Martinez?
Yes.
Commissioner Myrick?
Yes.
Commissioner Willis?
Yes.
And Chair Butt?
Yes.
And Tenant Commissioner Scott? Is she with us yet? Okay, she's absent also. The motion passes with Vice Chair Bates and Tenant Commissioner Scott absent.
Thank you very much.
Okay, the Housing Authority meeting is now adjourned, and we are moving into the revised regular and special meeting of the Richmond City Council. Call the roll, please.
Vice Chair Bates? Absent. Councilmember Choi?
Here.
Councilmember Johnson?
Here.
Councilmember Martinez?
Here.
Councilmember Myrick?
Present.
Councilmember Willis?
Here.
And Mayor Butt?
Yes, here.
Okay, next on the agenda, statement of conflict of interest. Are there any?
I have one conflict on item I1. You'll get a kick out of this. It turns out that the city accidentally rezoned where my home is as open space. So I'm actually living here illegally. And so I'll be recusing myself from that whole item I1, and the Vice Mayor Bates will chair that item.
Okay. Next on the agenda is a report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I have no report from closed session this evening.
Okay, so let me go back to agenda review. Sorry, I need to read this announcement real quick, please. Agenda review, we have a request by the sponsor to withdraw item G1 from the agenda. We have a correction to item H1, where it says independent accountants report on applying agreed upon procedures for compliance with Proposition 111. It should say 2018 through 2019 appropriations limit increments. And then also anyone may make an oral comment, even if written comment has previously been submitted. However, each speaker may only raise their hand once to make one oral comment per agenda item. As we move through the agenda, I will announce the next item number and ask individuals who would like to address the council to raise their hand. After the item is read into the record, the request to speak period on the item will be closed. So we will be holding open forum very shortly. So individuals who would like to address the council under open forum should raise their hand now. To comment by video conference, click on the participants button at the bottom of the screen and select the raise hand button. To comment by phone, you have to select the star key and then number 9. Okay, sorry about that. Now we'll move on to report from the city manager.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I want to again thank and congratulate everybody who has worked so hard on the repositioning program for the Housing Authority. And that truly was a milestone tonight to move forward on that project. So thank you and good work, everybody. I really also want to make a significant last minute push related to our census. So they're only going to be counting folks for a couple more days till the end of this month. And the good news is we've increased our response rate a little bit by almost 3% since the last time reported out to about 68%. However, that means that still almost 30% of our population is missing. And they've estimated that you lose $2,000 in funding for every person who isn't counted. That potentially means that the city of Richmond could potentially lose out on over $68 million over the next 10 years. So please help reach out. Let us know if you have any new last minute ideas. There are certain neighborhoods that in particular, we know we're really undercounting. The response rate has been lower by as much as 15% in several neighborhoods. So barely passing the 50% mark, including in the Santa Fe, Iron Triangle, North Richmond, and Coronado areas. So just a brief period of time left to get those census numbers in.
I'm sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
The additional items are an event every single day the rest of this week. So I wanted to let you know that tomorrow on the 23rd, there is a food giveaway happening at the ferry terminal. Our food bank is providing food from 11 to 2 for those who need it. We also have pivoted on the bike to work day, which is now bike to wherever days. But there's still giveaways and incentives, including goodie bags and prizes and all kinds of things, Amazon gift cards. So you have until Thursday, this Thursday, the 24th, to register to qualify for one of the goodie bags. You can see information on our website as well as the Visit Bike East Bay's website. Again, that's Visit Bike East Bay. On Friday, it is National Comic Book Day. And so the library also has goodie bags that are being given away for adults, teens, and children while the supplies last. So please contact the library to make an appointment. And on Saturday, there's going to be a workshop for the community about how to file a rent decrease petition. And the rent program is doing that again this Saturday, starting at 10 a.m., but you must pre-register. So please visit their site. Thank you.
And regarding the census, I just wanted to add that I have a bet with Mayor Schaaf of Oakland that we will achieve a higher percentage of census of people enumerated in the census. And right now we're leading by 1/10 of 1 percentage point. And I do not want to lose this bet. So I am begging the people of the city of Richmond to get out there and participate in the census. I do not want to be embarrassed by losing to the city of Oakland. Thank you.
Please help the mayor.
Okay, next on the agenda is open forum for public comment. And everyone that would like to address the council should have their hand raised. And looks like we have 5 speakers. Each speaker will be allowed up to 2 minutes to address the council.
Okay.
This one.
And the first speaker is Pam Stello. Pam, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. We have another legal victory for Point Malate, for Richmond, Richmond families and youth, the Ohlone, the environment, and future generations. Sprawl Deaf, Citizens for East Shore Parks, and 4 Richmond residents won another legal victory in our lawsuit against the city of Richmond for violating California planning law and entering into a litigation settlement with the casino developer upstream Point Malate and Giddyville Indian Tribe. The settlement requires the city to agree to the commercial and residential development of Point Malate, or else upstream and the tribe can purchase 270 acres of public land for about $1.11 an acre and then sell it off. Who would ever agree to that? After filing the lawsuit against the deal, the city just plowed ahead with a development proposal that will have up to 2,000 residential units, all but 67 would be market rate, which in today's market would require a purchaser to have an annual income of $250,000. This is essentially out of the price range for most Richmond residents. After the lawsuit was filed, the tribe claimed they had sovereign immunity and was an indispensable party to the lawsuit. And if the tribe had sovereign immunity, then the case had to be dismissed. The tribe lost that argument with the trial court and then appealed to the Ninth Circuit. The appellate court has now ruled against the tribe and held that it had waived that immunity when it filed its lawsuit against the city that resulted in the settlement agreement. We can now go back to the trial court and push forward with our lawsuit to nullify the city's decision awarding SunCal the right to develop Point Malate into a luxury housing enclave. Kudos to our attorneys, Norman LaForce and Stuart Flashman, for this success for Richmond residents and future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. My next speaker is Deborah Bayer. Deborah, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Okay, first of all, I would like to thank Pam Stello for speaking and announcing the lawsuit is continuing. And I agree with what you said. But mostly I'm calling public forum right now to talk about public forum, because I have found in the last few weeks, especially, there's confusing information on the website, and there is less and less opportunity for people to call in. And thank you, Ms. Christian, this time for giving us a time to raise our hand by saying, everybody who wants to speak, raise your hand. In the past, some agenda items, it was announced that now's the time to raise your hand, and there was something like 20 seconds for people to raise their hands. And then that time to raise your hands was shut off, and a lot of people were unable to speak. When we had real meetings, we used to come in and you would sign a speaker card so that if you want to speak on any agenda item, you could just put that in. And when that agenda item came up, that would be your chance to speak. You would be called. And now we can't put in, there's no mechanism for putting in the fact that we would like to be called for an agenda item. There's just this little, it has been in the past, a 20-second window. And that is just not good enough. Some people have computer problems at the last minute. I don't know if any of you have had glitches and thought like, oh my God, now it's glitching. But I have. So my thank you again, Ms. Christian, for giving us an advance, like, okay, if you want to speak on this item, raise your hand. And I hope you can continue doing that, because it does afford the public who has come onto the meetings and sometimes wait through a whole meeting to speak on an item. It gives them a chance to actually raise their hand, gives them the time and to speak. So thank you very much.
Thank you. My next speaker is Yanni Garcia. Yanni, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. I just want to take this opportunity to thank Councilmember Jael Myrick for his support and work with the CPRC. I think in the years that I've been there, you have played an enormous and important role so that we can get things going. We can get more accountability with RPD, more transparency. I really wanted just to take the time to appreciate you and to tell you publicly how grateful I am that you are working with us and you're supporting us, and having that item be on there tonight is just another step in the right direction. So I wanted to thank you for that support for us, for the CPRC, because that support goes to our community so that we can feel safer. I appreciate you, Jael. Thank you for all your work. That is all.
Thank you. My next speaker is Jim Hansen. Jim, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Mayor and Council, I'm following up from on this item on the proposal for Terminal 3 and the Terminal 3 partners. And again, what I want to bring up, and I hope that the council will carry this forward, is that there is a financial plan for the port. There's active marketing outside of Richmond and outside of known parties and investors. There's specifications, and that there's a competitive bid. And the reason for this is we've had some incidents where, in the case of Point Mulati properties, where and essentially a middleman was brought in, a middle person was brought in, and was able to put a proposal on a project that could have been managed by the city and take up to a 20% overhead off of that income coming to the city. That's just no longer acceptable. And this happened to be with Nematode and the Intren project, which the mayor remembers well because it was a source of an active discussion at the council meeting. The second one has to do with the other party, Mr. Orton, who, as you know, was reported at council, had come to the council reporting that lobbying for the settlement agreement on Point Mulati. Now, that's just not proper when somebody in industry can come in and potentially financially benefit from insider information. Council, please, we have to make good revenue off our port assets. There should be no middle people unnecessarily, and there should be no insider information. We really hope that you will prevent that from happening again. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mike Parker. Mike, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Later on in the agenda, it's going to be clear that the city is in severe financial problems already. $3 million of the budget has not been resolved from the last year's discussion, and now there's 2 million additional. It means that the city has to face the fact that it either has to make massive cuts in services or it has to work seriously on increasing revenue. Luckily, we have the possibility to increase revenue by the passage of Proposition 15 in November. Proposition 15 protects all householders, but it gets rid of the corporate loopholes, which means that their property taxes have not changed over the entire life of their property. Because it basically is going to be a big tax on big corporations and will bring $21 million to the city. Corporations are obviously campaigning very hard against it, and they're spending money in communities, spreading false rumors about how people will lose their houses, farmers will lose their land, and all that kind of stuff. So in order for this to pass, it requires the people, the community, the people who care about this city to actually make this their campaign. I'd like to call on all city council members and all candidates for city council, if they care about this city, to make this an essential part of their political activity for the next month. To use their bully pulpits, their newsletters, their websites, when they talk to people, et cetera, and talk about why Prop 15 is so important to the future of Richmond. We have to make this the campaign for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was the last public speaker. Or, I'm sorry, I'm gonna call JL.
Thank
Go ahead.
you. Thank you. So I just wanted to quickly respond to something that was said at the last meeting when I wasn't here, and which relates to a comment that I had made at the most recent CPRC committee, and it involves former Sergeant Virgil Thomas, the late Sergeant Virgil Thomas. And I want to recognize that in trying to praise Mr. Thomas, I made comments that I realized could be interpreted in a different way. And it's really not on other folks. You know, there's a difference between intent and impact, and it's not on other folks, particularly at an emotional time, to understand my comments in the way that I meant to understand them. It's on me to be more careful about what I say, especially on emotional subjects. So I want to use this time to just say what I really feel unmistakably about the late Sergeant Virgil Thomas. Virgil Thomas was a hardworking, amazing, and dedicated public servant to the people of Richmond. He gave 20 years of his life to this community and showed himself as someone who was willing to go the extra mile in all situations to really be there for the people of Richmond. I first met him, well, I can't remember exactly when I first met him, but my first interaction I remember having with him was actually shortly after I, as a candidate in 2012, had interviewed with RPOA, and they had decided not to endorse me, which is fine. And Virgil actually made it a point to come up to me after that and let me know that he was very excited about a lot of the things that I was talking about related to young people. And what I found out very quickly is that he actually has a real passion about the young people in the city of Richmond. I think at the time he was an SRO at Kennedy High. And my mother actually was working with him at Kennedy High, which folks know was also my alma mater. And it was very clear that he was the type of person that was interested in making sure young people had what they needed to survive. He didn't see crime as a thing where it's on the back end. He saw it as a thing where you have to really provide for people. You have to really try to find ways to work with people and make them the best version of themselves as they can be. So I just wanted to say all that. I wanted to make sure that it was stated from the dais that we appreciate the hard work and the amazing service that Virgil Thomas provided this community over the course of 20 plus years. And with that, I will let go of the mic.
Okay, and I have 3 comments to read that came in by 1 p.m. today. The first comment is regarding the consent calendar item G10. This individual received emails from Richmond and De Anza High School, and they are interested in hearing about the Youth Council. We received 1 comment on behalf of the business community to Richmond to correct the following statements that proponents of Measure U have been stating. 1 is the gross receipts business license tax is basically exempt and free for small businesses. 2, 70% of companies in Richmond generate $1 million in gross receipts. Homeowners are complaining because they are paying more. 3, we want businesses to pay their fair share. 4, Measure U will encourage businesses to hire locally. And 5 other cities have changed to gross receipts, like Oakland, San Francisco, and Berkeley. And the last comment received was in support of consent calendar item G13. I just wanted to make a note that all comments in their entirety are currently online. And if you go to our main website, click on City Connection, and then Archives, and then City Council Minutes, and you will see all of the comments that we have received. And that's it for open forum.
Okay, next item, please.
Next item is we need a approval of the consent calendar excluding item G1.
Okay, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion from Willis,
Second.
second from Meyer. Call the roll, please, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Bates. Absent Councilmember Choi.
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez.
Yes.
Councilmember Myrick.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
And Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The motion passes with Vice Mayor Bates absent. Next on the agenda, persons wishing to speak under item H1, please raise your hand now by clicking on the raise hand button if you're viewing by video. If you are joining us by phone, please press the star key and then 9. Okay. After I read the agenda item into record, the opportunity to speak will be closed. Item H1 is to receive a report on the city's comprehensive annual financial report for fiscal year 2018 through 19, and the following additional reports. City of Richmond Memorandum on Internal Control, City of Richmond Required Communications, Single Audit Report, Independent Accountants Report on applying agreed upon procedures for compliance with the Proposition 111, 2018 through 2019 Appropriations Limit Increment, and Joint Powers Financial Authority Report. Okay, and opportunity to sign up for this item is closed. We have 2 speakers for this item.
Okay, we'll begin with a staff report.
Good morning, or excuse me, good evening. We're going to go ahead and turn this presentation over to our auditors, Mays and Associates. And this evening we have one of the partners, Amy Meyer, to give a presentation on our fiscal year 18-19 CAFR audit. Go ahead, Amy.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm going to share my screen here so you can see the presentation. I just have to find it, which I thought I had it ready to go. There we go. And it's not wanting to work. There we go. Everyone can see the PowerPoint? No?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I saw one no and yes. Okay, great. So good evening again. And you can ask questions along the way if you have any questions. Otherwise, there definitely will be time at the end of the presentation. It's just a short presentation.
I don't know what the problem is, but I don't see the PowerPoint.
Oh. I don't know if KCRT can fix that. That's nothing I can do. Can the other council members see it?
You don't see Mays and Associates right now, Tom?
No, I just see.
I see it. I would close some windows down on your screen. The PowerPoint is up.
Probably hiding in there. That often happens. You click one button and everything disappears.
Okay.
What do you see?
I'm okay now.
Okay. Okay, great. So an audit is an independent verification that the city's financial statements are materially correct or fairly present the financial position of the city's funds. So this presentation is for the financial statements for the year ended June 30, 2019. As you know, that the financial statements are at that frozen period of time for the year end, the balance sheet at that moment at June 30, and the income statements for the year to date at that point. We opined on the city's basic financial statements, which are included in the comprehensive annual financial report, which includes the entity-wide statements, the major funds individually, and the non-major funds in the aggregate. The entity-wide statements can be found on pages 20 and 22 of the CAFR. I'm going to call it the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, or CAFR. And major funds can be seen on pages 26 for the governmental funds and 32 for the enterprise funds. Our audit was conducted in accordance with auditing standards generally accepted in the United States of America, as well as government auditing standards. So we were engaged to audit not just the city. We have the city, which is included again in the CAFR. Then there's also the component unit of the Joint Powers Financing Authority, the single audit, which is for the federal award programs. We were also engaged to audit Richmond Housing Authority, which is the component, and its 3 discrete component units, but that work is not yet complete. City staff is working with us. Those audits started, if you remember, those haven't been completed for 17, 18, or 19, but they did start in calendar 2020. So the work has begun, but we won't have a report on that tonight. So, sorry, I went ahead. So included in the reports, we also, excuse me, the CAFR includes the introductory section, basic financial statements, which is what we opine on, and a statistical section. We also audit, again, the city's federal award programs. The results of that work is in the separate single audit report. And we perform agreed upon procedures related to the calculation of the appropriations limit. So the city's audit overall, just want to tell you, it was much more timely. You know, our presentation has been delayed just because city staff was wanting to include all of the reports that we issued this year in the presentation. And I think there were other factors delaying the presentation. And so that's where we stand today. So the independent auditor's report, the CAFR or the city received an unmodified or clean opinion for certain components of the report, and then a disclaimer of opinion for the components related to the housing authority. So this is the same report as last year, as far as the housing authority is still, they're working on that. And so on the next slide, I've got a summary of our opinions. So an unmodified or clean opinion, it's the highest level of assurance we can provide. A disclaimer of opinion means we were not able to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence to provide the basis for an audit opinion. And for the housing authority, that's basically because the audits didn't start when we were working on the CAFR, and city staff didn't want to delay the CAFR issuance for the housing authority because those pieces can be done separately and then bring them all together when it's all complete. And then the Joint Powers Financing Authority, that separate audit of that entity, received an unmodified opinion as well. So you can see here the summary of the opinions that can be found on page 2 of the comprehensive annual financial report. And this is the summary. Governmental activities received the unmodified report. Business type activities and aggregate discretely presented component units received a disclaimer. Again, the housing authority components. And you can see the other opinions here. So also included in the CAFR is management's discussion and analysis, page 5. It's a good place to go in the CAFR to read the activities for the year. It's prepared by city staff and it discusses the significant activity for the current year as compared to the prior year. So it's a really good, boils it all down for you. One of the other reports, again, the single audit report, that is required when the city expends $750,000 or more in federal expenditures. So all of the federal award programs collectively, 750 or more, because the city has so many federal award programs, generally the city is going to require this report every year. And so in fiscal 19, the city expended $5.7 million in federal expenditures over 16 programs. That can be found on pages 3 to 5 of that separate single audit report that's in the agenda packet. And then the single audit, there's a risk-based mathematical calculation that tells us each year which programs we are required to test. And so in fiscal 19, there were 3 programs that were tested for specific compliance regulations that are required by the grantor. And so you can see these, it's CDBG, the Brownfield Assessment, and disaster grants. Oops. So the results of that testing, again, 3 programs. We had 1 compliance finding, the same finding for 2 of the programs that had to do with timely filing of a federal financial report. So we didn't find any in our work. We didn't note any disallowed costs or have any major compliance exceptions. It was just a timely filing requirement. And there was 1 single audit related exception discussed in the Memorandum on Internal Control, which is an item 2019-04, because it might be a little illogical, even though it's related to the single audit. It's related to preparation of the schedule of expenditures of federal awards, which is in that report. And that's considered a financial statement finding. And any financial statement findings are included in the Memorandum on Internal Control, not in the single audit report. It's only included in the single audit report by reference. So as part of our audit, we also test internal controls of the city to verify that day-to-day practices are in line with approved policies and recorded in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. So this means that on a sample basis, we test transactions to source documents for areas including revenues, disbursements, payroll, capital assets, and long-term debt. We also test the year-end balances on the balance sheets and the statements of net position. So from that work, if there are matters to report, they are included in our separately issued Memorandum on Internal Control, which is part of the packet today. And the comments can be put into one of three categories. So the first is material weakness, which those are a deficiency or combination of deficiencies, internal control, such as there's a reasonable possibility that a material misstatement of the financial statements will not be prevented or detected or corrected in a timely basis. The next is a significant deficiency. Actually, I'm going to skip to other matter. Other matters are recommendations that do not meet the definition of a material weakness or significant deficiency. And there are opportunities for strengthening internal controls and operating efficiency. And significant deficiencies are those that are kind of in the middle. They're less material than a material weakness, not as significant, or excuse me, not as material, but they're a little more than another matter. So they're that middle bucket. They're not material weaknesses. So it could be a combination or a deficiency or a combination of deficiencies in internal control that's less severe than a material weakness, but important enough to merit attention. So the results of that work in the memorandum on internal control, and it's a rather lengthy document because it does have it has current year comments and has the current status of prior year comments. And during fiscal 2020, city staff during fiscal 19, there were a number of comments that city staff has implemented procedures to remedy those issues in fiscal 2020. So that is reflected in the report, but that's why those comments are there, because they were in existence at June 30, 19 or during our audit period. But hopefully a lot of those items will peel off in fiscal 2020 as city staff has addressed them. And so there were 10 material weaknesses. Those include current year new items and then prior items that were not yet implemented in fiscal 19, 15 significant deficiencies, again, current year and prior year items, other matters, current year and prior year, broken record here, and then some other informational items like upcoming governmental accounting standard board pronouncements that may affect the city's financial statements and accounting. And then again, the report includes the current status of prior year matters. So to hopefully summarize it, there's a separate attachment that was provided to council that's a handout that summarizes the comments into, what's outstanding. Again, because you have all those old comments that were in there last year that showed in 18, that showed that they were implemented in 19, but they have to be in the report to show the current status. So you're trying to boil it down to what's outstanding in the report. So hopefully that helps you work through that report a little bit. So another document that is included in the packet is the required communications. And so that again is just different matters that we're required to communicate to council. It includes whether there were any accounting policy changes during fiscal 19. There was only one, but it was just a disclosure. It didn't require any actually change to accounting, just a required disclosure to add some disclosure in the long-term debt footnote. Whether there were any unusual transactions in the financial statements. There is one unusual transaction related to the impairment of the Hacienda development and the fact that it's in the capital assets footnote, and it's related to that impairment. It's not reflected in the financial statements because it's deemed by RHA staff to be temporary. It's expected that it's going to be remedied. And then of course the credit risk disclosure related to swap arrangements, because that's an unusual transaction, not too common anymore. And then the financial statements, another section in the required communications related to significant accounting estimates included in the financial statements. And you can see them listed here on the slide, because we have to point those out. What are the significant accounting estimates? Because again, the financial statements are at that frozen period of time at June 30, 19, and estimates are required to be made at that point, but the actual activity or actual results could vary, could vary on the next day. But that's why these are the significant, like pension and OPEB, fair value of investments and things like that. Also included, we had no disagreements with management to report. There were no material audit adjustments other than to record some capital asset activity. And again, Richmond Housing Authority's prior year and current year closing entries. That's one of the ongoing projects that city staff has been working to get that into the general ledger. And that was a material adjustment that had to be made to get the 2019 financials issued. And we have no uncorrected misstatements to report. Those were deemed trivial, as we call it. So the last two slides are these are snips, I'll call them, out of the CAFR, just to show you. These are, the first one is the net position for the city as of June 30, 19. This is the entity-wide, all assets, all liabilities together in the entity-wide financial statements to show you the trends for the last 5 years. And you can see that trend. This slide can be found on page, oh my goodness, I did not put it in my notes. They're in the statistical section, the first two slides of the statistical section in the CAFR, pages. And oh, there it is, bottom right of the slide. I did put it on there, page 218 of the CAFR for this slide. You can see the 10-year trend information. And then the fund balance, see the governmental funds fund balance on page 222 of the CAFR. That shows you the breakdown. You can see the trend of the general fund balance that actually has improved over the last 5 years. Again, this is June 30, 19, not including any impacts that 2020 may have had with the pandemic. But as of June 30, 19, things had improved significantly in the general fund. And the other governmental funds, as you can see at the bottom, going from 31 million in 2015 to 67 million in 2019. And so with that, I'm available for any questions you may have. And I will unshare my screen.
Anybody have questions? Anybody?
I have a question. This is Councilmember Willis.
Is that you, Councilmember Willis?
Yeah. My question, is it okay to proceed, Mr. Mayor?
We can't see you, but we can hear you.
Yeah, so I guess my question is in regards to the housing authority. I'm curious, this has come up a few times already, but I'm curious just where we're at with the housing authority and getting money that's supposedly earmarked for the city to be paid back, and how that came into play during the audit.
So I can't speak to that in the 19 audit, because I know that was something that it was being discussed, but I don't know, it didn't come to fruition during 19. I know it was a topic of discussion of getting some funds back, but I think part of that, and Belinda can speak to it, I believe part of it is triggered upon the completion of the 17, 18, and 19 audits. Until those are wrapped up, need to know the final tally of where it stood as of that point, and Belinda can speak to that, I would think.
That's correct. And then also when we do the next item, with the budget item, we're going to speak a little bit more about the repayment of the housing authority to the city.
Okay, all right, I'll hold the rest of my questions then until the next item. Thank you, Ms. Warner.
Other questions, Vice Mayor?
Yes, I finally got connected. At what point are we going to discuss the comprehensive and accuracy of the city budget as relates to what our current balance is, how much deficit, and so forth? Is that coming forward, or is this at a later session?
In the next item, we're going to also talk about the budget. That's the next item.
Okay, I'll wait. Thank you.
Okay, other questions? Are there speakers, Madam Clerk?
We did at the beginning have 5 hands raised, and now it looks like everybody lowered their hands. So we have no speakers.
Okay, well, the proper motion on this would be a motion to accept or receive, I guess, a motion to receive the audit report.
Mayor,
So moved, or not?
Before we take the vote, can we just thank Mays and Associates and Amy Meyer and her team for the many years of our assistance with taking care of our CAFR for us. This is their last auditing year. They will be finishing up the old audits for the Housing Authority, but this will be the last CAFR presentation, at least for the next few years, since we're under contract with a new vendor. But I just wanted to say thank you, Amy, for your help and all your assistance and training. And to your staff.
Thank you. I appreciate all these, but you've been a great client over the years, and I will miss you. You're in good hands with your new auditors. I will give you that, and I wish you the best. But you're right. You'll see this is my last presentation. The next presentation of the Housing Authority might be because one of our other partners is in charge of that audit. So one of us will give the presentation once we're at that point. But you might not see me again for a while. Yes. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, thank you. So I believe we had a motion to receive from Councilmember Willis.
Yes, and thank you, Amy and Mays and Associates, for the record.
Thank you.
I second.
Okay, and a second from Councilmember Martinez. Call the roll, please, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Choi,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Myrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Okay, next item, please.
All those who would like to speak under item H2, please raise your hand by pressing the raise hand button. Or if you're joining us by phone, press the star key and then number 9. After I read the item into record, the opportunity to sign up for this item will be closed. Item H2 is to receive updates on the 5-year budget forecast, major revenue sources, overtime, service impacts due to budget reductions, status of meeting conferred discussions, and direct staff on which of the 3 options to pursue regarding the Richmond Housing Authority's budget deficit. Okay, and it looks like we have 3 raised hands for this item.
Okay, we have a staff presentation.
All right, good evening. This evening, you can go ahead to slide 3, Lakeisha. This evening, we're gonna go over some budget updates from changes that have happened since the budget was approved in June. A couple of revenue updates. We're gonna discuss the overtime reports for the months of July and August. Then we're gonna talk about the impact of budget reductions on city services, an update on the status of meeting and conferring with the unions, have an overview and request assistance from council on how to resolve the Richmond Housing Authority's budget deficits as of this current year going forward, with 3 different options for you to choose from. And then also hear an updated 5-year budget forecast from Russ Branson. So our budget goals remain the same. You guys have seen this. Just to maintain a structurally balanced budget, preserving services to the extent possible, minimizing staff reductions, and increasing our cash reserves. For our budget update this evening, no agreements have been reached yet regarding the accommodations for the $3 million placeholder. So we're still working with the unions on that. There was a discovery that we have an additional deficit amount increased by $2 million due to the unfunded liability portion of the CalPERS being under budgeted because of the removal of the 58 vacancies. The unfunded liability portion is a 20-year repayment for CalPERS. What we do is we spread the cost across, we spread the cost across all of the positions, whether they're vacant or not. That's how we spread the cost to make sure that every amount is budgeted. When we reduced the 58 positions during the budget process, that also took away a portion that we had budgeted for the unfunded liability to the tune of $2 million. So we have to make that amount up. As of right now, our major revenue sources, they are in alignment with this budget at this point in time. So no changes there.
Sorry about that. This is Antonio Banuelos in the Finance Department. I'll quickly go over the top 3 revenue streams that make up close to 80% of the city's general fund. So for property taxes, staff budget an estimated growth of 2.7%. In August, the county posted the assessed valuation growth of 4.27%. So that's good. It's a little bit above. If this stands, it equates to about $500,000 more in property taxes. We'll have better estimate after we receive the December payment, which accounts for about 55% of this year's secured property taxes. Also in January, we get the first half of the yearly successor agency surplus and pass-through fund payments. For sales taxes, the most sensitive to the shelter in place and the economic decline. But the state just posted the July payment amounts and they align with the current budget amounts. So I mean, of course, we're going to keep a close eye on this and see where it pans out. Still a long way to go in the years. We still haven't received the July payment, but we know the amount and it matches what we have budgeted so far. For utility user tax, this includes the maximum cap payment from Chevron, which is budgeted 24.6 million. The cap amount was expected to grow by 5.4%. It actually grew by 5.6%. So a little bit of good news right there also. Like the other major revenue streams, the year-to-date amounts for UT currently align with budget amounts. Again, this is very early in the year, so a lot can and will change in the next few months, but keeping a close eye on all the revenue streams. Thank you.
For our overtime report, this is a representation of the months of July and August. Right now, we should be at about 17%. If you look on the very bottom, our total overall general fund expended to date is at 26%. There are 3 departments that are over budgeted at this point in time. The city clerk's office, they're at 64%. For the months of July and August, there were some additional meetings that were put on. And then also the clerk's office has to use and utilize all of their staff members to help with the current council setup for the council meetings. So they're utilizing more staff than we normally would at this time to host our council meetings. For the police department and for fire, sworn, they're both over budgeted. Police they're at 21%, and fire sworn is showing 39%. The majority of the overages has to do with the injuries that they have in those departments for the sworn people. So while the members are on injury leave, you still have to backfill those positions. Also, this is summertime, so a lot of people take their vacations, so this vacation backfill, and then what other operational needs that they may have is causing this overage. And both the police chief and the fire chief are available for questions or responses to their overtime report.
So the finance department worked with other city departments and asked them to look at their service levels and the impacts on service levels due to the budget reductions. And the full report is included in the packet for tonight's agenda item. But some of the highlighted foreseeable impacts that departments noted included longer response times for public safety calls, failing equipment due to aging infrastructure that is overdue for maintenance and replacement in some cases. Also a delay in the city's realignment of its classification and compensation structure. Limited programs offered by library and recreation departments. Also increased workloads due to not filling vacant positions. As we recall, 58 positions were frozen with the adopted budget. And also reassessment of priorities. There's some impacts there. And then also some key projects that'll have to be put on hold or not completed within the requested timeframe. As directed, staff continue to meet with bargaining units in an attempt to reach agreements on accommodations. And as Belinda mentioned earlier in the presentation, as of today, there are no agreements in place for any of the bargaining units. It should be noted that the longer the agreements come for accommodations, the deficit will continue to grow the longer that it takes to reach agreements. And then also staff reductions are highly likely if there are no accommodations made. Also, if there aren't any additional expenditure savings realized or any new sources of revenue to support ongoing expenditures, we do face the likelihood of staff reductions.
So that brings us to the Housing Authority. Currently, we're showing just under $13 million owed from the Housing Authority to the city for their payroll reimbursements, accounts payable, invoicing, so on and so forth. We did receive assistance from HUD, some technical assistance, where they're going to help us determine, based on the outstanding debt, how likely it is that we will be reimbursed for any or all of the amount that's currently showing as outstanding. So we started working with them, I believe, about a week ago and started sending information to them, documents to them, to help us come to an agreement, because we need to sign an agreement between the Housing Authority and the city on the repayment plan. So that is underway. There are 3 options basically for the Housing Authority for that we need to discuss. As you know, in this current fiscal year, they have a deficit of just under $1 million for this current fiscal year. We need to have council make a decision to direct staff on which option to pursue. Do you want to, as a go forward, starting this year forward until all of the properties have been transitioned, do you want to give a general fund subsidy? And in this current year, that would equate to $1 million. But please remember, any subsidies, that means we have to adjust the budget to accommodate those subsidies. So that's one option. Option 2 is to continue to let the deficit grow and keep adding it to the chart on the previous slide, in the hopes that once we finish working with HUD and the Housing Authority in the city, that we're able to recoup and recover some of the, or if not all of the amount that's due to the city. And option 3 would be to draw a line in the sand now, transfer the public housing assets to another entity, which prohibits our ability to recover funds, because then we wouldn't have those facilities that we're trying to reposition to have residual receipts to be able to pay the debt back. And all the time that the deputy city manager, Sasha, and Nanette have been working on it, as well as others, would be wasted, basically. So we need to make a decision on how we want to handle the deficits going forward. If we're going to add it to the chart, if we're going to just transition the housing assets now, or if we want to give a general fund subsidy, since we know that we do not receive enough money from HUD to fund our operations. So it's kind of food for thought right now for council. Then other next steps, we're going to come back to council on October 6th and talk about position control, which means any positions, any changes that may have happened from the time of adoption to now. We'll talk about that. We want to talk about our negative cash balances, which I believe as of right now, we're showing about $6.5 million. So we will be bringing that subject up. And then we'll also want to talk about some of the deferred maintenance and capital improvements that have not been incorporated into our budget process, and things that we do need to budget for, and talk about some of the priorities that we have on the list. We want to talk about the year-end cleanup for fiscal year 1920. We're going to be closing our books. And once we do that, there are some minor cleanup changes that we need to make, and we'll be bringing that to you next week, on October 6th. And then also we want to talk about the rent program cash position. There's been a lot of questions that come up from time to time regarding the rent program and if the general fund is subsidizing them or not. So we're going to bring you the cash position. And as of right now, as of through August, they are self-sustaining, and they have not drawn down on their fund balance from last year. They've brought in enough money so far, enough revenues for July and August to cover their July and August expenditures. But we'll take another look at what September brings when we come back on October 6th. So that concludes the budget update portion. And now we're going to go into the 5-year budget forecast piece, and we're going to have Russ Branson start from here.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members. Good to be with you here tonight remotely. And this is going to be an update of the 5-year budget forecast I talked to the city about last May. And just first off, to just remind us what the purpose of the budget forecasting is. And first off, it's not a prediction. So the forecast is not saying exactly what's going to happen, especially with revenues. There's a lot of unknowns out there, but it is meant to be preparation. So what are your potential budget futures? Gives you time to implement strategies to address council policies and issues that how you want to move the city in its budget. And in that regard, to guide council decisions in the current fiscal year, as you may have to make adjustments going forward. So the May 20 baseline forecast showed this, where the blue bars are the either surplus or deficit, in this case, projected deficits, and the gray area bar, it would be a cumulative negative fund balance. of approximately just under $140 million by FY26. Now, the reality is you'll never, that negative fund balance is not something you'll ever attain because you'd have to make changes before you get there. So this is just showing if you do nothing, this is the trajectory that you're on in terms of your budget forecast. And to that end, the city's primary budget issue at that time, and I think it remains, as we'll see, is a structural deficit. So it's made worse by COVID-19 impacts, but it's not driven by COVID-19 impacts. So these are issues the city has had for a number of years. Next slide. So since the May forecast, there were a number of changes that were made. I think we've already talked about some of those. No major revenue changes in the projection in the baseline, but there was a reduction of $3 million in insurance reserves, delayed $2.4 million in vehicle replacement. We talked about the additional $2 million of unidentified cuts related to unfunded actuarial liability increase over what was presented. And on the labor side, the freezing of 58, rounded up here to 60 general fund positions. There's a reduced overtime. The model does add in PERS investment loss repayment, which starts in fiscal year 23. We've updated to the latest pension actuarial, which came out in August. So that's included in the budget forecast as well. And then what was in your FY21 adopted budget is $3 million in expected union accommodations. So let's talk for a minute about one-time revenues, one-time savings or revenues versus ongoing. So when you adopted your budget for your fiscal year 21 budget, there is a $29.5 million reduction in the original fiscal year 21 proposed budget to get you to something that was balanced. A majority of these were one time. So about $15.4 million of these were one time. And so that's the additional UAL costs, union accommodations, and everything else. That's a one-time change. So what that means is that coming into fiscal year 22, those one-time costs come back on as expenses going forward. So you see an immediately jump to a negative position just because of that in the budget model. And the remaining amount, just under $14 million a year, is assumed to be ongoing budget savings. So going into, what are some of the assumptions? And this is just a year-to-year assumption. It's not escalated at all. It's not compounded at all. But on health and OPEB at the top, the red line, we're assuming that to grow at 6% a year. That's been both in historical growth as well as projections for most folks. It's hard to know how COVID-19 might impact that growth. My guess is if it impacts it in any way, it'll be to increase health costs in the future. Dental, vision, most other expenses, if we don't have some other growth, is growing at about 2% a year. And then wages, which is the largest portion, and I'll talk about pensions in a minute, but wages, which is the largest portion of the city's budget, we're only accounting for step increases. Those grow at 1% a year, which is a pretty common amount. And we don't have any cost of living adjustments baked into the budget forecast. So CalPERS growth, this is something obviously we talk about a lot. And there's two components to the pension costs from CalPERS. The first is represented by a line graph on the left, and that's the normal cost. The normal cost covers the cost of current employees, and that is given by CalPERS as a percent of budget. Now, as you can see, that downward sloping line is that as the PEPRA law, the Public Employee Pension Retirement System changes that were adopted in 2011, you're starting to see positive impacts from that in terms of the normal costs are coming down as more of your employees are on the less, on a pension plan that has fewer benefits, lower benefits than most classic employees. So you see both in the miscellaneous employees and public safety, a downward slope. Now, with that 1% increase in costs from step increases, that probably is going to work to keep, you're not going to save money, but you're not going to see a big growth in costs and probably some minor decrease in costs on the normal cost side. Now, the biggest cost portion of your pension is your unfunded actuarial liabilities. And you can see there's three components here. The blue part of the bars, the additional cost, or the cost from fiscal year 21 through 27. The orange is public safety. You can see that goes up a little faster. And then that gray part at the top, I think as probably most of you know, CalPERS, their investment return as of June 30th of this year was 4.3%. They anticipate annually a 7% investment return. So that 2.3% loss actually gets amortized out by the city starting in fiscal year 23. It then ramps up over 5 years, growing to an additional $2 million a year starting in by FY 27. Altogether, if you just said, you know, if as opposed to just staying where you were in FY 21, right? If pensions were just staying flat, you're adding $43.4 million of cost through FY 27. So that's an important, we'll get back to that number when we talk about, you know, what the budget future is, but that's a big chunk of money that the city's going to have to pay out just for pensions over the next 6 years. So impact of COVID-19 on revenue growth, when we now just turning to revenues. On the property tax side, as Antonio mentioned, there's actually in the model, I show a 3% growth, even though it was the budget included 2.7% for this year. So for future years, 22 on, I show a 3% growth. The UUT actually has been flat and is expected to remain flat. You see a drop down in 2025, and that's when the Chevron UUT settlement ends. So it's consistently gone down from 11 to 7. This year it went down to $4 million payment, and in FY25 they are done with that settlement agreement, and that goes away. So that's that dip there. The biggest impact from the COVID-19 and maybe some from the recession is sales and transaction taxes. You see the drop. There's a drop in FY20 that built into the budget, a continued drop in FY21, and then that you're expected to grow out of that over the next several years. But it takes about 3 years to even get back to FY19 levels. So that comes from Avenue, which is the city's sales tax consultant. And at the very bottom, I just want to mention this because a lot of cities are having issues with TOT. The city is as well. You just don't, TOT or hotel tax is not a major player in the city's revenues. So while you're down about 25%, it's not a huge hit to revenues and expected to remain flat over the next several years. So we talked about the baseline budget pressure. So I want to talk about 3 things that are happening that are really pushing the city's budget over the between next year, FY22 and FY27. The first we've talked about, that's the pension costs. That's that additional $43 million if you add up all those blue bars. The second one is Kids First. It started with funding the last couple of years. There's no funding in FY21. And then in FY22, 23, and 24 goes from 1%, 2 to 3% of discretionary revenues. And so it grows to be about $5 million a year. Something that was, so that's just a requirement based on an initiative within the city. And then the gray bar is a Chevron loss of revenue starting FY25. And if you add those three changes together, pension cost increases, Kids First shift of revenue to Kids First, and then Chevron UT settlement, it adds up to a $79.5 million increase in cost or decrease in revenue by FY27. So you just with those things alone, the city has a big nut to crack in terms of your budget. And so with that, the new baseline forecast, which assumes that frozen positions are not added back and there's no COLA for labor, as I already mentioned. This shows a budget deficit reaching about $82 million by FY27. So it's definitely a significant improvement from what we had in May of this year, based on May of 20, based on the work that staff has done. But as you can see, it's still a deep hole. And that's why I wanted to talk about this slide just before. Of that 82 million, nearly 80 million of that are the changes of pension, Kids First, and UUT settlement. So and those things, there's no judgment on any of those things, they just are. But that definitely, if you were just moving along without those changes, you're just trying to match revenues to expenses, you would be a lot closer, obviously. But especially pensions is pushing it very much as a part of this deficit that you have to deal with. So the other piece I just want to show, we've already talked about an assumption of some accommodations from labor and some overtime savings. So he said, well, if you don't get those, if those don't actually occur as expected, your deficit grows to 94 million. So, makes logical sense. If you don't get some savings you expect, your deficit will grow. So those are important pieces to the puzzle in terms of addressing the city's budget issues. And when you're talking about, when you have these big budget issues, you need to make adjustments, just to remind you where most of your money goes. Police and fire combined, are about over, close to $100 million of the city's total budget. So is a majority of money. Public works is the next, then it goes down significantly: administration, library, community services, economic development, code enforcement. So this is when you're thinking about, boy, how do we balance this budget? This is just a reminder of where you currently spend your resources based on the FY21 budget document. So spending pressures that aren't in the baseline, right? So some things that I think will continue to pressure the city. We've already talked about a little, that there'll be a pressure to refund frozen positions, but I think more than half of those positions are in the police department. And we're not assuming that we don't assume those coming back in our budget forecast. There's, the cost of living adjustments have been minimal. So we think there'll be a future pressure in labor negotiations for some kind of adjustments for salaries. Deferred maintenance, the city does not, I'll talk about in a minute in terms of an estimate, but the city doesn't even have an estimate of its deferred maintenance. And does not routinely fund deferred maintenance as a major part of its budget. And that will become a pressure as systems fail, and roads, parks, buildings all need some kind of maintenance to keep them working order. There's going to be pressure to fully fund retiree health liability. So that's, the longer you wait, the more it builds on an annual basis of cost. You just do pay-go, and that pay-go cost eventually becomes a greater cost than if you had saved the money to help pay for that when you incurred the liability. Community investment. I think, one of the things that your Kid First initiative shows is the community has a strong interest in taking tax money and reinvesting in the community. So new programs or new facilities are not in the baseline, but there'll be a pressure to do that. And then to bring reserves to council policy levels, which we'll talk about in a minute, but that's also a cost to take monies, one-time monies, to build back up those reserves to your current policy level. The defunded positions we've talked about, we're saying is not funded. And this is, this shows that of the positions, a little over 30 are police, most sworn, some non-sworn. Public works, those two are the biggest. Finance is actually number 3 with 5 people, and you can see the others. So the not being able to fill vacant positions does have an impact on services and what you can expect, and so that's again where we're going to require more revenue or decreases in other costs to be able to refund those positions. So forecast alternatives and initiatives. One of the things I want to talk about is, first off, unfunded liabilities. And when we're looking at what's going to push the city, what are the things that are that you have to be aware of. One is the pension liabilities. So I talked a little about pensions. We've shown those going up, right? That $43 million increase, which is primarily unfunded liability. So you are amortizing those costs off, but you have about $350 million or $351 million in unfunded liability based on as of 2018. Retiree health, that is as of 2017, $210 million total unfunded liability. And then deferred maintenance, when I talked to the Public Works Director and said, do you have an estimate of deferred maintenance? Said, no, we don't. But I think we need to invest about 10 million a year. So it's like a 10-year estimate, but that's very gross estimate. That's something you probably want to get a handle on. What are the needs and when are they most likely needed? So going back to the policy, the reserve policy, the budget, the council's policy, adopted policy is 15% of next year's budgeted expenditures. And there's two phrases in that policy that I wanted to call out. One, the city shall have the discretion to use reserve for one-time emergencies only and not be used for ongoing expenses. And the other is that the reserve balance must grow back to a minimum 15% of total expenditures. So when you look at, next slide. So if we look at where the city is right now, so policy reserves with available cash, the policy level is about 25 million. The available cash is actually below the 19 million. I think Amy in her presentation on the CAFR showed there's a $5.4 million negative fund balance that is possibly needs to be covered by the general fund. So you're about 10 million, not quite 10 million under, or 8.7 million under policy reserve levels. And if you say, hey, we want to rebuild those, and I just, straight line calculation over 3 or 5 years, you can see the additional revenue, increased revenue that you'd have to be able to put that aside to build back. But maintaining the reserve levels keeps the city financially solvent. So it's an important, it's important, especially as we go into this time as we're in this time of increasing uncertainty, to keep an eye on your reserves. So we did some alternative forecasts. I didn't do a lot of expense. I'll do some in a minute, but the first one I want to say, and I think it's a question that people always ask is, well, what if you're wrong on your revenues? What are you too conservative on your revenues? So this forecast shows 3 things. One, property tax doesn't go up at 3% a year, it goes up at 4.5% a year. Sales tax, which varies, we've been down, then it goes up, it kind of stabilizes out at 2.2%, but it has some years that are much higher as it grows back. Add an additional 1.5% per year to that growth. And lastly, the council has a business license tax on the November ballot. It assumes that gets passed, and that additional revenue comes to the general fund as well. So if those 3 things help happen, your deficit actually gets reduced to about $22 million negative. But you can see the black line above would be your policy reserves. So you're still well under your 22 million from zero, but you're 30 or about 52 million from having your policy reserve levels. So so the revenue, again, I said it's not a prediction, it's a forecast. So I want to, this is one of the tests we show. Hey, what if it's better? That doesn't quite get you out of it. It gets you in a better place though. The next slide. So these are other alternative forecasts, where the first one on the top left with just the red circle shows, well, what if you have the improved property and sales tax, but your business license tax doesn't pass? You're negative around $50 million. The other 3 alternatives, 2, 3, and 4, assume back that all your good revenues, but then whether you add back frozen positions over 5 years. Alternative 3 is you add in a COLA and nothing else. Alternative 4 is you fund deferred maintenance. And all of these end up with a negative fund balance, about $50 million. So it's going to be really hard, even with better revenues, for the city to do much in terms of trying to add back positions or give COLAs or do deferred maintenance. So one thing that was mentioned earlier tonight was Prop 15, and that's potentially a very good bright spot for cities throughout California. So I wanted to talk about that, and I don't have an estimate of what you would get from that. I'll tell you why in a minute. But this shows the city's assessed value on the left between residential and non-residential. So it's in total about $17 billion of assessed value. Property owners pay 1% of that value in property tax. So that splits, you can see orange is non-residential, blue is residential. And then the city share of that 1% is just about $45 million, which is shown on the far right. And their non-residential share is about $20 million. So you can kind of do your own math in terms of, well, what might we get? If it doubles, we get 20 million, right? You can do some kind of math in there. That's what you currently get from non-residential properties, is that 20 million. If we can go to the next slide. So let's talk a little about Prop 15. If you start thinking about this, or if it passes, it would impact revenues that would not start until FY23 at the earliest. There's regulations, how they're going to implement this, how they get a handle on getting market value of all these properties throughout the state, and for you throughout the county. But at this point, it's really unknowable to what the city's increase would be. And part of that is, when do properties change hands? So how close are they to market value? And you've had a number of big sales the last couple of years. Anything under $3 million is not subject to the higher tax. So all your small businesses that have land and building values less than $3 million won't have an increase, right? So it kind of protects small businesses. Starting in FY24, it's not on here, but starting in FY24, there's a reduction in the unsecured, which is equipment, of $500,000 per property. And so that could, in some cities, they're even saying that could have an impact of, reducing their property taxes, depending on what the status of the taxes are. And then just what's going on in the impacts to the current economy. And the other thing to remember is the state actually has the ability to reallocate taxes as they see fit. And so we'll see how they actually allocate these taxes when they get to that. So I reached out to people who I respect and who do this kind of thing, and nobody's making any broad. There's no way to make a broad projection of this, but you can kind of do your own estimate of what that might be if it passes in November, and if it does, that will be a good questions to be able to contemplate. So this is my last slide. What should the city do now? So what I've done is really kind of looked at the city's forecast, taking what we know on terms of on the expense side, and I think putting some reasonable assumptions on the revenue side in there, and then testing those right as well. But I think you need to do some restructure of city services. And developing a plan for sustainable services. So I think that means how to pay your long-term liabilities. How do you adequately resource services that are provided? There may be some things you don't do. There may be things you do differently. There may be things that may be currently under or over-resourced. I think those are the kinds of things that you want to look at. And I think you still need to conduct an up-to-date compensation study, because you want to be able to remain competitive and find out where you are in the market. I know that's something that's been on the city's radar for a while to get that done. Secondly, I think build reserves. You're not at your current policy reserve level. And it's not, reserves are for not just recessions, but they're also for any major changes in economic activity like the one we're seeing now. Earthquakes would be probably the other major issue. I don't know, rising sea level, whatever else is coming on board for the city. And then funding deferred maintenance. So I would suggest you include as an annual budget item, even if you can't fund much, but you start to think about what do we need. I suggest a study for looking at the needs and priorities of maintenance, and put it on your agenda. So even if you can't fund it, which you may not be able to at any significant level in the next few years, it's something that's talked about and doesn't fall off the radar as not an issue for the city as you're weighing that amidst all the other priorities that you have. And that is it for my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Take the PowerPoint down, please, so I can see. There you go. Thank you very much. I'm sure we've got questions. I saw Councilmember Willis with a hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so thank you for the presentation. City Manager, also what you said last week, that this is definitely very sober information. Sobering information. So yeah, there's a lot to think about. I guess I only have a couple of questions for right now because we have been discussing various iterations of this all year. But in terms of the housing authority, I know we were presented with 3 options and none of them really seemed that ideal to begin with, considering the position that the city's in. So I guess my question is, how realistic is it that we'll get an actual agreement with HUD around the unpaid debt that's owed to us? And how for sure are we that they're actually going to come up and be integral with their side of the bargain?
Sasha may want to weigh in, but they have provided technical assistance for us to do a good evaluation on the amount that the city is saying that the housing authority owes the city, and then to take a look at the repositioning and how the residual receipts will come in to help make good on the outstanding debt. At this time, it is unknown if we will recoup all of the outstanding balance at this time. Sasha, you want to weigh in?
Sure. I first thank you, Councilmember Willis. I think that's a really good question. At this juncture, we are not in a position where we can firmly state what we think the outcome is going to be financially. That's why the technical assistance that Mrs. Brown referenced is so critical. We had our kickoff meeting with the HUD technical assistance team. And as a courtesy, because this was a request that the mayor helped initiate with HUD, the mayor's himself was on the launch call with Region 9 staff. And so we are in the process of essentially conducting additional due diligence. As you can see from the graph, this is something that is a historical backlog that we're trying to work through. And we're trying to be mindful of the status of the existing public housing and how it impacts the residents that live there.
Okay. And I guess my final 2 questions, one related back to the housing authority. In terms of the conversations that we're having with them, is there like an ETA on when we feel like there will be a resolution on an agreement so far? And with that being said, an ETA where we're going to have to make a decision to subsidize 1 million, sit and let the 13 million grow, or just give up entirely and transfer all assets? Like, what's the timeline for that coming back to us?
At this juncture, our historical assessment, you may recall that we went through a process it's approaching 2 years now, where we did like 6 months of analysis regarding the state of the housing authority. And we daylighted this deficit because it was something that was unknown to us as staff. And we've been trying to work through it. And so I definitely feel like we're reasonably speaking, another at a short term 3 to 5 years out to finishing all of what is required. I feel like we're moving at a very expeditious pace. We're on track with many of the FAR's deliverables. And so I think that it's going to come down to, what the comfort level of the city council is in terms of this really difficult policy decision. We as staff have been moving as quickly as possible with very, very limited resources. And so it's really a policy decision. At this juncture, all of the transactions for Nystrom, we have an RFQ that's out for that. Nevin we're negotiating the final terms of the agreement. Hacienda, you approved tonight. Administration building is being transferred to the city. And then that just leaves Richmond Village 1, 2, and 3. So I would say all things are full speed ahead, and it's really a policy decision.
Okay, yeah.
And I also invite, I believe Nanette Beecham and Gabino Arredondo are also on the line, that are the other 2 key staff people that have been helping lead this effort internally. And so I certainly welcome their assistance in responding to any of these inquiries based on their expertise.
Whatever.
Okay, yeah. If they want to respond, then yeah, they're free to. I guess when it just comes to a, God bless you. I guess when it comes to a ultimate decision, I think it's within all of our interests that we make a decision that supports our subsidized housing residents, public housing residents, but doesn't break the city at the same time. So I'm just looking for guidance on a resolution on that. I know it's a years in the making and a difficult conversation in general. So thank y'all. And speaking of difficult conversations, I'm going to say this, that I believe that everybody should get a fair pension, especially when you've been working as hard as you are. Nevertheless, I cannot help but notice that there's a growing conversation about CalPERS and our pension obligations, not only just in the city of Richmond, but throughout the state of California and many in the county and other local municipalities as well. So I don't know what the answer is around that, but is city manager, has anybody considered like getting all interested stakeholders together to figure out a plan on how we're meeting pension obligations, but not breaking cities and counties at the same time? Because I feel like this is a ongoing conversation that comes up every year and it gets worse every single year. And I really haven't heard a grand solution for it, rather than eventually we're just going to have to cut services and lay people off, which I don't think is the most ideal situation we want to go into. I know I don't necessarily have an answer, but I do know that we need to at least start to have a conversation, do an analysis, and find alternatives to reach goals that pay people's pensions, but at the same time give cities the ability to maintain revenue and provide services. So I know that was a lot, but any thoughts, reflections, or if it's we'll get back to you, that's fine too.
Sure, and I'm sure other folks will probably have some additional thoughts and comments. I actually want to start with the Housing Authority just briefly, and just a reminder of what you all already know, that the federal government is not sufficiently funding housing authorities. So we are going to continue to, you're probably going to end up, I'm guessing, with a hybrid approach. It is quite likely that for the foreseeable future, the city will need to subsidize the housing authority going forward, and unless you choose to give up the assets. It is not our fault. It is no one's staff's fault. It is what it is, and other cities face this too. They've maybe managed to delay the inevitable a little bit longer than we have, but it's a problem nationwide. The pension problem is actually another problem that is happening in many states. So it's also, to some extent, a nationwide problem. However, it is very significant with PERS, and there has been incredible amount of effort over, I would say, the past about the past decade in terms of how do we address this. And so the only significant major change in terms of addressing this in that period of time has been what's referred to as PEPRA, where the formula was actually changed, and that was changed at the state level. So it's something that is going to continue to plague all cities in California. What cities are really trying to do is what Mr. Branson was suggesting in terms of try and plan for that. Some cities have special reserve funds so that as our costs and our payments into PERS increase, that we actually have special funding source of our own so that we don't every single year have to continue to cut our services. But that requires investing now to try and build up some type of special reserve fund, which would mean we couldn't be doing as much as we are doing now, which isn't as much as everybody wants to be doing. There are multiple components to that that you keep hearing about. It's also about OPEB and there's different portions of PERS. So there aren't any great solutions, and most cities are just trying to plan for that increase until the time when the vast majority of our costs, specifically related to PERS and specifically related to what we refer to as the normal costs, hopefully stabilize somewhat. Due to PEPRA and due to the change in the formulas. There's one other small thing that we could do to try and adjust our formula, but it requires working with the bargaining groups for future hires. So there's some discussion that can be taken into account there that our HR director is considering, but it will continue to be an ongoing significant pressure on our budget.
Other questions? I don't see any hands up. Am I missing anybody?
I got one.
Okay.
Mr. Branson, thanks for the detailed analysis of our budget. The question I have is, with the deficit unfunded liability, what we're exposed to, and it keeps growing each year, what would be your recommendation as to try to stabilize it so it doesn't continue to grow year after year? And I think you had about almost $500,000 or $1 billion, $500,000 or $600,000 in the next 10 years, thereabout, if I'm not mistaken. What can we do to try to curtail that continued increase?
Well, I'll say my analysis kind of stops short of exactly what to do, but if you look at where you spend money now in the general fund, it's about 70% is personnel costs. And then you have debt service that you can't change. You have other, there's a lot of your non-personnel costs are for electricity and gas and those kinds of things. So the difficulty, you either somehow get more revenue, which if there's Prop 15, that will help and give you some flexibility, or you decrease costs. And so, I mean, those are kind of the two major levers. And I know you're going forward with their business license tax as one potential form of additional revenue. And that's why I suggested that you may have to look at, across the board cuts can work, for a time, but if you can't figure out a way through this and you have to actually adjust services, then I think it requires a more thoughtful look, but you'll probably be looking at some kind of reduction in services, and maybe that can happen with natural, people leaving and things of that nature. That's it. But staffing is probably the main thing you'll have to work with in terms of reducing your costs.
It is true that our personnel is about 78% of the cost of the general fund budget. Is that an accurate?
Yes, that sounds accurate to me.
So the utilities and the other budgetary items are fairly stationary. You got to have electricity. You got to use automobiles for gas and so forth. Right. So the only area that you can perhaps reduce the budget is through personnel. Is
right.
That a fair assessment?
Right. That's a fair assessment. And that's when I showed that, when I showed where you're spending your money, most of it's in personnel, most of it's in police, fire, and public works, which are all critical services to the city in that order. And then you have a lot of support services behind that.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Other questions? Russ, one thing you didn't mention as a potential revenue enhancement is growing our tax base. Economic growth, whether it's residential or commercial, grows our tax base and grows our property tax receipts. And if it has a commercial retail component to it, then it also grows our revenue from sales tax. And, that's probably the best long-term opportunity we have to try to balance out revenue and expenses. Is that
Yeah,
fair?
right. That's a fair statement. And I talked about this a little in May. The city, there's a lot of projects kind of ongoing. I didn't really talk about it now just because I think there's some uncertainty in terms of timing over the next 5 years of what will go forward and when it will go forward. But it's definitely something the city should keep pursuing because that is a natural way to grow your tax base with both property tax and sales tax primarily.
Yeah, and I'm talking about long-term.
Yeah.
If I may be misstating this, but I believe the general plan we adopted in 2012 anticipated or at least provided for a growth of some 30,000 residents between, well, up until 2030. That was the general plan 2030. So if we were able to achieve that level of growth, it could have a substantial impact on our revenues. And the city council just adopted, I can't remember, last week or a couple of weeks ago, a policy statement on the regional housing needs allocation formula. And if ABAG adopts one that we're advocating for, then it will incentivize developers to provide new units in Richmond as opposed to outlying areas. And so that's something we ought to just keep our eye on. There are a lot of opportunities here.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments?
I just want to follow up with you, Mayor, on the economic development. We're all aware that our Hilltop Shopping Center is in critical disarray. I don't know if it's possible for us to collectively try to start attracting or try to get some of these Silicon Valley tech people to try to locate in our community that not only provide a significant tax base, but also job opportunities. We have so much vacant land here. I don't think any city in the Bay Area have as much vacant land as we do for economic development. And I don't know if it's Chamber of Commerce, the COI, and the city collectively. I just see an opportunity there that is going vacant, and there doesn't seem to be an enthusiastic interest in trying to pool together an attractive profile to try to, discuss it with some of these major companies. It's just an observation. It's a possibility. I'd just like to ask from Mr. Branson, what's your analysis or assessment of something of that nature?
Oh, I have no assessment of that. I mean, I think if you could do it, that'd be great. But I really don't know the potentials. But I do agree that economic development is a key to the city's future. And if that sounds like if you could pull that off, that sounds like it'd be a good deal.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Butt, may I respond?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Bates. We absolutely agree with you. And city staff will be bringing an item before you in October. And we will be asking the City Council to authorize staff to move forward with an economic development action plan with key stakeholders in the Richmond community. And so we very much share your concerns. Lena Velasco, Community Development Director, and myself have been in touch with Doug and Leslie, and will continue to work to reposition Hilltop with the current owners.
Okay, I think we're ready for public speakers.
Just make sure you include John Troutman, who has probably been one of the most positive real estate groups to try to promote Richmond. He did a great job with Amazon and a couple other companies out there on the Atlas Road area. So include him as well, Sasha.
Will do. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Okay,
Speaker.
we have 3 speakers, Lisa Johnson, Deborah Bear, and Mike Parker. Joshua, you want to go ahead?
Lisa Johnson, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Council. We started fiscal year 2021 with a $3 million deficit that has now grown by $2 million to $5 million. The $3 million that was left to cut on June 30th was supposed to be addressed in part through a further reduction in overtime. Well, we are now 2 months into the fiscal year and staff has utilized 26% of its OT budget when it should only be at 16.7%. My question to each of you is, how long are you going to wait before you address this? If OT is already over its budgeted allotment, then how are you going to utilize cuts to OT to address that outstanding $3 million? The longer you wait to effectively address our budget deficit, the more it will grow this year and beyond. Some have been demanding that the city draw down our reserves. This is not what we should be doing. Currently, our reserves are $8.7 million under policy reserve levels. This ultimately affects our financial solvency, bond ratings, and our ability to refinance bonds at lower interest rates, thereby saving taxpayer money. We must strive to return our reserves to a minimum of 15% of total expenditures. We have no idea if Prop 15 will pass, and any increase to property tax revenue to the city at this time is unknowable and won't impact revenues until fiscal year 2023. Measure U was rushed, unvetted, and it is unclear if the initiative as written without the input of Richmond businesses will actually harm or help our city. Case in point, please look at slide 20 again from tonight's budget presentation. Richmond's revenue is not expected to recover to fiscal year 2019 levels due to COVID-19 until fiscal year 2025 or 2026. That's 5 to 6 years from now. If an ill-conceived tax policy is forced on businesses at this time, we could harm Richmond, not help it. We need to increase our tax base, not deplete it. The city has been on the verge of bankruptcy since 2004, 16 years ago, and I feel like we're all stuck in a Bill Murray character bad movie called Groundhog Day.
Time has expired. Thank you. My next speaker is Deborah Bayer. Deborah, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, and I'm glad that Lisa Johnson brought up Measure U because I think it is a really important measure for us all to get behind. Right now, we have a kind of ridiculous business tax model where every business, huge or tiny, pays the same amount, $234 a year, to the city. We're actually getting no revenue from that. I mean, you have a big $50 million business who pays the same amount as some small guy just starting out selling a few things, but has to get a business license. We can improve that. Measure U improves it. It's not unvetted. That resolution has been racketing around the city for the last year, and everybody has had their chance to chime in on it. People who are really against it have large businesses and don't want to pay more than $234 a year. I can understand that, but right now, I mean, what you're doing is you can have a landlord who has 1,000 buildings on a parcel pay $234, and then you have somebody who has one house that they're renting and they have to pay $234. If somebody under Measure U, if somebody has 4 or less houses, they don't pay anything. It's a very, you only pay more if you're a big business, and basically you should pay more if you're a huge business. And we're talking like $50 million. I think Mr. Branson said, or if somebody said, it was a letter maybe, that like 70% of businesses are more than $50 million gross. Well, that means 30% of businesses have less than that and will have big savings. And these are the kind of businesses we need to support for growth.
Your time has expired. Thank you. My next speaker is Mike Parker. Mike, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. And I want to thank Mr. Branson again for a frightening and very clear budget forecast. So as people have said, right now we're already at $6.5 million negative balance. Plus we haven't even accounted for deferred maintenance. And a lot of this money that we're balancing the budget with is one time. So the coming year is going to be worse. It seems to me that you can't just keep talking about what we're going to cut in order to make the budget work. The fact is that the city is in negotiations with the unions, trying to ask for furloughs and threatening the unions if they don't give furloughs to have layoffs. Well, either way, the burden falls on the lowest paid workers and it cuts services to the city. It's not a solution. The solution has to be, we have to increase revenues. I talked about Prop 15 earlier. Mr. Branson talked about Prop 15. And yes, it doesn't come into being right away, but we have to start thinking long-term. And then as far as Measure U goes, a number of council members have come out against it. A number of candidates for council have come out against it, claiming yet they have no real alternative for what the city should be doing in terms of balancing its budget, other than, well, we should have more economic development. We should hope that businesses will locate here. The argument that they make is that mainly there hasn't been enough time for discussion and vetting this thing. But the fact is there was plenty of time. Mayor Butt proposed this over a year ago. That was a lot of time for businesses to be talking about it. Prop 15 will actually lower the business tax for small businesses, encouraging them to go. And it creates equality, more equality and fairness in our tax structure than we've had. So it's a win-win situation. We should pass that to help both provide the money for the budget as well as to create some equality for small businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was the last public speaker.
That was our last public speaker.
Mayor, you're muted.
Did you say that was the last one?
Yes, it was.
Okay, all right. So the appropriate motion would be to receive this report.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have a motion?
Move to receive report.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Willis.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Choi. Call the roll, please, Madam Clerk.
Mayor, the recommended action also says direct staff on which of the three options to pursue regarding the Richmond Housing Authority budget deficit.
The staff report doesn't say that we're supposed to vote on that. It says receive updates. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Okay. My take on that is that I don't think we really have any choice. We were given three choices. The last choice is to move it to another agency, and I can tell you no other agency wants it, so it's not really a choice. And then the other two choices are basically the same. It's just to keep on subsidizing it and hoping to work out from it. So I don't know if staff disagrees with my interpretation, but I'm not sure we have three choices. But if somebody wants to recommend one of those choices, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to hear from staff too about what you just asked. Also, in terms of, it sounded like I heard staff say, well, yeah, I'd like to hear from staff on what you just said.
So regarding the first two choices, I'd like the finance director to better comment on what it means to just let the debt keep growing. It's because I'm concerned that at some point there's going to be significant consequences with that, but the finance director can address that. It does seem, I also want to point out that that approximately $1 million, 900 something thousand now is really insufficient. It's, first of all, doesn't accurately account for what we're actually already contributing to the housing authority, and that it doesn't account for all of that staff time from our Public Works Department, from several staff members in the city manager's office. So it's really underrepresenting what we are already essentially subsidizing and putting into it. In addition, that amount is barely acceptable, if it's acceptable at all, in terms of the actual staff that supports the housing authority. They are extremely stretched thin, and that would really need to increase over time, in all likelihood, not forever, because again, there is a plan to try and have there be some reduction. But this is really something that concerns me as a long-term and potentially slightly growing for the short term before it stabilizes in the long term.
Madam City Manager, what's the difference between option 1 and option 2?
So that's why I've asked the finance director to more specifically address that.
Okay.
So option 1 means that every year, and starting with this year, we would actually budget a subsidy to give to the housing authority for the amount that they will be that they would need to be made whole. Option 2 means that chart that showed the outstanding debt of $13 million. It means that that chart would continue to grow.
So
without knowing if we're going to be repaid or reimbursed.
Right. So what happens? So explain to the council what happens in say 10 years, and let's say that amount is $20 million. Then what happens? And then it's clear that there isn't going to be sufficient revenue to ever repay that full amount, if any. So what happens then?
That means the general fund would have to cover that amount. Whatever amount that we will not be reimbursed for, the general fund is going to have to cover that deficit. So that's going to put a drain on the cash reserves.
So it's essentially doing what we've been doing in other areas of the city and just kind of delaying the problem.
Well, but look, sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
It would be my recommendation that we start to try and build in an annual subsidy and account for what's really happening. Just like we need to do with our capital building maintenance, just like we need to do with the structural deficit and a number of other funds. The continually kicking the can down the road is going to keep us in continual budget crisis every single year.
So option 1 and option 2 are the same thing. I mean, the bottom line.
That's what each is.
No, but the bottom line is that if you don't subsidize the housing authority for the next, 2 or 3 years anyway, you're going to end up with situations like Hacienda. You're going to end up with situations like Nevin Plaza. And I can tell you politically, the council's just not going to go there. They're not going to stop funding the housing authority and let these properties deteriorate and put up with the kind of complaints and even worse, deaths, things like that happen when you don't do it. So that's just not going to happen. And so what's going to happen is we're going to continue to subsidize it. The debt's going to grow. And at some point, we're going to hope we can recover some of that. I mean, that's what's going to happen. And it's really not a choice to bail out of it. As I said before, you all may remember about, I don't know, what, 3 or 4 years ago, I brought a motion to the city council to dissolve the housing authority, and the council would not go there. And so, I think we're sort of stuck with it. And I don't think there are 3 choices. We're just stuck with it. Now the only good news, and I can repeat what Shasa and Nanette told you, is that we had a very good meeting with HUD maybe a week or 2 ago, and they not only approved a lot of technical assistance grants for us to help us work out of this, but they committed to do everything they could to help us work out of it and help us reclaim that debt. And so I think we've got a good relationship right now, and I think we're going the right direction, and I'm optimistic about it. But the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years, we're just stuck. We just don't have a choice.
So Mr. Mayor,
yeah,
I'll make a motion based on the city manager's recommendation and what's been discussed. And it sounds like we're all saying the same things, just differently. To go forward with option one, provide annual subsidy from general fund, which will need to be included in annual operating budget. And I think I want to kind of hybrid it with option three, because I think we still will look for places if they, if there are opportunities to transfer assets, but understanding that we can't depend on that. We've already tried that with most of them and transfer the ones we can. But, just so I would say go forward with option one, and where possible, look at option three.
And Mayor, may I clarify?
Option three. Oh.
Can I clarify something in that? So option three, in terms of, so one thing is already underway is the asset repositioning. And there is great work being done on that. And that is a continual effort, which will continue to make the situation better. It won't solve it, but it will make it better. The clarification I wanted to make is that my understanding is that if we walked away from all of this, which I'm not recommending that we do, I'm not saying that, but I just want to let you know, if we walked away and said, HUD, we are not doing this anymore, then they have to figure it out. We don't have to find somebody else to take it. So in terms of the asset repositioning, we will absolutely be doing that no matter what. The third option is really about walking away. And
so you're saying the way that's written is completely walking away. Okay,
yes.
I appreciate that clarification. All right, so I'll just say option one then. So my motion
we already had a motion and a second. Could I ask Councilmember Willis if he could incorporate Councilmember Meyer's suggestion in his motion? Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
And the seconder, Councilmember Choi, agrees with that.
Sounds fine.
Okay.
And so the motion is by Councilmember Willis, second by Councilmember Choi, and we're going with option one.
Right.
Mr. Mayor, may I speak to the motion?
Yes, you may.
Let me just clarify something. When we talk about the Housing Authority, it's not a foreign entity. These are people that have lived in Richmond for years and years. They contribute significantly to this community. At one point, and Tom, you can recall this, we had a wonderful working relationship with HUD. And that was because of the political climate and because of our Congressman George Miller. Don't forget that this administration can change in November. And we can get individuals in there who are more sensitive about poor people and people of color. And I think that you've got to hang in there and hope that this climate changes, and then we can restore the kind of benefits and the programs and the services that so many of these individuals richly deserve. So don't just throw them away as if they are insignificant. Hang in there and fight for them as they fight for us. And I wholeheartedly support the motion, and I hope it's unanimous.
Okay, Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Vice Mayor Bates?
Yes.
Councilmember Choi?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember Myrick?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis? Councilmember Willis? Looks like he stepped away. And Mayor Butt?
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Willis absent.
Madam Clerk, for the next item, I'm going to turn the gavel over to the Vice Mayor, and I'm going to step out of the room.
Okay, so we're on item I1, and this is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please raise your hand. If you're joining us by video, press the raise hand button on your screen. And if you're joining us by phone, press the star key and then number 9. After I read the item into the record, the opportunity to sign up to speak will be closed. Item I1 is to hold a public hearing and introduce an ordinance for the cleanup amendments to Chapter 15.04, zoning and subdivisions regulations of the Richmond Municipal Code, Community Development Department. And can we lower the shared screen so we can see what's going on? I don't see if we have speakers for this item. Jeswara, can you tell if we have speakers?
There are none.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, Vice Mayor Bates and Council. I'm Roberta Feliciano, Senior Planner, here tonight with Community Development Director Lena Velasco to provide an overview of the zoning cleanup amendments. Tonight's staff recommended actions are to hold the public hearing and introduce the first reading of the draft ordinance in Attachment 1, amending sections 15.04 as listed in the slide of the zoning and subdivision regulations of the Richmond Municipal Code and amending the zoning map. In 2016, the City Council adopted a comprehensive zoning and subdivision regulations update. And in 2018, the City Council also adopted subsequent cleanup changes. Since that time, planning staff maintains a record of minor amendments needed for general plan consistency, correction of technical and grammatical errors, elimination of conflicts, and to clarify requirements. Here's a summary of the proposed amendments. The first is for section 15.04.610060 alcoholic beverage sales. It would add back the prohibited products into the section. Some of the prohibited products that were part of the original ordinance include the prohibition of wine or distilled spirits in containers of less than 750 milliliters, malt beverage products with alcohol content greater than 5.5% by volume, wine with an alcohol content greater than 4% by volume, single containers of beer or malt liquor, except craft beer made by a small independent and traditional brewery in a 22-ounce size or larger, containers of beer and malt liquor not in their original factory packages of 6 packs or greater, containers of beer or malt liquor larger than 39 ounces, cooler products, either wine or malt beverage based in less than 4 pack quantities. It also clarifies the deemed approved alcoholic beverage sales regulations, especially as it relates to nuisance operations, and identifies minimum performance standards for deemed approved status operators. The deemed approved status operators are some of the operators that already had alcohol licenses before the ordinance, so they might not have a conditional use permit that would specify their conditions. The deemed approved section does allow for maintenance of those standards, and if needed, then the operator could be required to apply for a CUP. The next section is 15.04.803.140 appeals. It clarifies that an appellant would have the right to appeal to one body. The next is a land use table in the industrial use regulations, and it allows for the parks and recreational use in city parks to allow city parks within certain commercial and industrial zoning districts with conditional use permit. The last text change is section 15.04.201.020 residential land use regulations. It essentially adds a duplex use into the RL1 and RL2, which are the single family zones, meeting the general plan density. They could apply for an administrative use permit to have a duplex on those single family residential zones. Lastly, there is a zoning map amendment. This map amendment shows that it is both RL1 and PR which is just to align and be consistent with the general plan as it was. In February of 2016, the Planning Commission did unanimously adopt resolution number 20-02, recommending that the City Council adopt the proposed zoning text and map amendments. All of the proposed amendments are per CEQA review, and as listed here, each project would be reviewed on its own. So this is really more of a ministerial change. And just to summarize, the recommendation would be to hold the public hearing and introduce the first reading of the draft ordinance in attachment 1. I'm here, and as well as Lena Velasco, Community Development Director, should any of the council members or if you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, have any questions for staff.
Okay, so the purpose is now to hold a public hearing and then move the item. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, any questions of staff by the council members? All right, hearing none, I guess we hereby open a public hearing. Madam Clerk, would you call the speakers?
Okay, and we have no speakers.
Oh, so can we get a motion to close the public hearing?
You could just close the public hearing.
Okay, public hearing is hereby closed. Any discussion by council members? Well, can I get a motion to proceed one way or the other?
I'll make a motion that we move forward with the ordinance.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Myrick, second by Councilmember Willis. All those in favor, raise your hand.
I need to take I've got to call it. I'll take a roll call.
Okay, call a roll call then, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Bates?
Yes.
Councilmember Choi?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember Myrick?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
And Mayor Butt is recused on this item, so the vote is unanimous.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Madam,
you.
Mr. Mayor Butt, you back?
I'm back. Thank you.
Well, that's the way you run a meeting, Mr. Butt. Get it moving.
Okay, next item.
Okay, next item is item J1. Individuals that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand by pressing the raise hand button. And if you're joining us by phone, press the star key and then number 9. Item J1 is to receive a presentation from Richmond residents who have formed a working group to reimagine public safety and have been meeting regularly since July. Okay. Like at this time, we have 7 individuals that would like to address the council.
So Councilmember Mark, this is your item. Would you like to introduce?
Yeah, let me frame it real briefly, and then we've got some residents that will present. As folks know, and we were reminded today as we were talking about the budget, when we passed our budget in June, this council also committed right after that to take a look at how do we deal with policing in the city of Richmond, and what are the long-term things, changes that we may want to make in terms of reimagining public safety. And so we made the decision, instead of sort of doing something big at that moment, to say that we're gonna actually look at this and try to get people together and really have serious conversations about how we reimagine public safety and what we want public safety and policing to look like in our city. So as part of the motion that we passed in June, there was supposed to be a task force that was created. Because of administrative reasons, that didn't happen as quickly as it was supposed to. But I know that there's a official task force that's in the process of being created now, and that's going to go forward fairly soon, which is great. But in the meantime, residents just took it up on their own to start meeting, going over the different, facts that they could find, and really discussing ideas. And folks have been having those meetings, I think weekly. I think maybe even some of them twice a week, because I know they've been meeting with me as well as meeting on their own. since the beginning of July. And so this is an opportunity for those folks to present to the council and to the public about what they've already sort of seen. This is not an action item. I'm not going to be suggesting that we take any action tonight, but there will be suggestions here. Some suggestions that are things that the council may be able to do within the next couple of months. Some suggestions may be things that require, more time than the council may want to look at for the long term. And some of them may be things that we decide aren't appropriate for the city of Richmond. But there's a number of suggestions, all of which I think took a lot of thought. And with that, I think I would like to allow the speakers to make their presentation.
Can I start? Yeah. Hello, everybody. My name is Randy Joseph. I am a resident of Richmond. I'm also I'm on the Richmond Police Community Review Commission as one of the commissioners, and one of the people that have been working with this Richmond Reimagining Public Safety Working Group. We have been working since before June. So we've been doing this for a little while, and we came together to try to find solutions by looking at data and looking at best practices to come up with solutions that change what the idea of what public safety in Richmond and change practices and policies is going on. Am I supposed to share my presentation, or somebody else going to share that on the screen? Because I can share it as well. Okay, that means that's me. Okay, so first off, our mission is to improve public safety in Richmond by employing a holistic approach that is grounded in human rights, responsive to human needs, and guided by the best available evidence. Who we are, we're community members represented from community organizations, for example, RISE, Urban Healthy Richmond, and representatives from city groups, Community Police Review Commission, and the City of Richmond Community Service Department. Our methods that we use, we maximize community engagement in all of the fundamental components of the city public safety infrastructure. We increase transparency by expanding access to information, including program implementation and budgetary allocations. And we assure accountability by removing unnecessary barriers to addressing police misconduct. And how we broke it down is that we looked at all the issues that we had, and we decided to put things into 3 different subgroups. So the subgroups are alternative to policing, spending and funding, and police policies and procedures. And with that, I have 3 presenters, Shirley Leslie, Carlos Lemus, and Angelica Delgado, that will present from these 3 different subgroups that's happening tonight. So first up will be alternatives to policing, and Shirley Leslie.
Thanks, Randy. Apologies for my terrible lighting, but hopefully you can still see my thumb. All right, so when thinking about alternatives to policing, the first question we need to ask, what is safety? And under that, safety for whom? Are we trying to promote safety for unhoused folks in Richmond? Are we trying to ensure safety for Black and brown folks in Richmond? And safety also means getting a lot of our basic needs met. So food, housing, healthcare, which includes mental and behavioral healthcare, education, pathways to meaningful employment, and responses to harm. So really thinking about prevention and response. So we wanted to uplift this graph that we saw in Transparent Richmond regarding the top 10 call types to police that involved any use of force. So that is from 2015 to now. And as you can see, mental crisis is the top call. So an action item we're bringing to you all, having a non-police response to behavioral health crisis. And so we're defining our terms. What do we mean by behavioral health? That includes mental health, substance use, and the impact of both mental health and substance use on unhoused communities. So why do we need a non-police response? Well, police presence creates fear and escalates the situation. And policing and behavioral health crisis response are completely different roles. And in all of these conversations, we want to uplift PD Perez and folks who have been harmed by policing. So a lot of existing models that we've been looking to include Cahoots in Eugene, Oregon, Mental Health First, which started at the top of the year in Sacramento and just started in Oakland. the macro program, which is also in Oakland, and then the psychiatric ambulance and mobile therapy in Stockton, Sweden. So we have a lot of principles of the new program we're proposing. It has to be responsive, has to be focused on de-escalation, has to be peer-led, a very limited engagement with police, supportive and not criminalizing, part of a larger network of care, sustainable and accountable. So this program would have to be immediately responsive to community calls, and staffers should be responding at least as quickly as the police are currently responding to calls. And have a huge focus on de-escalation. So staffers should primarily be trained in de-escalation as a response to harm. This also has to be peer-led. So staff have to be folks with direct experience of mental health crisis and or homelessness who are very firmly entrenched in our Richmond communities, not looking to outsiders with academic credentials. Again, being very limited in any engagement with police. So there needs to be a clear protocol about how and when this new response team is going to contact the police so that it's not just another avenue for RPD to access our folks in community. Additionally, police should not be interfering with the functioning of these programs. So this needs to be focused heavily on support and not criminalization. So the program would need to focus on providing community resources and actually trying to facilitate healing without preventing future harm. So this program should not be looking to identify laws that are being broken or attempting to criminalize folks. It needs to be part of a bigger network of care. So having it be very connected with existing community services, and there are a lot here in Richmond. So this program needs to connect residents with ongoing supports and needs to have really deep relationships with those services. This also needs to be sustainable. So not just receiving a one-time grant from the city, but receiving continuous funding and support. And it also needs to be accountable. So being very transparent with community members about the inner workings of the program and providing the community with information about the impact of the work. And relatedly, if harm is occurring between any staff or volunteers, they'll be removed from service without pay. So examples of community services that already exist here in Richmond: Bay Area Community Resources, the Kaiser Crisis Center, Community Health for Asian Americans, Catholic Charities of the East Bay, La Familia Counseling Services, Healing Circles of Hope, Yanima Healing Circles, Native American Health Center, RISE, Community Violence Solutions, Greater Richmond Interfaith Program, La Clinica, Bay Area Rescue Mission, and Brookside Shelter. And the last thing the Alternatives to Policing group really wanted to uplift is that in all of this processing and looking at community models of care, just realizing that the city definitely needs to defer to the community for the thinking through and implementation of any new program. And that is it from me.
Okay. We're going to go now to spending and funding, the part of the subgroup, and that presentation will be made by Carlos Lemus.
Good evening, everybody. Carlos Lemus, project manager over at Healthy Richmond and lifelong resident of Richmond. Thank you for having us tonight, and thank you to the public for being here. So first question that we asked ourselves is why look at funding? And given the earlier presentations on the budget, I think it's very clear for our city why we are looking at the budget, but also stepping back and thinking really that communities are interested in realizing a collective vision of what safety means to our city, including the safety of the officers. And to do this, we are invested in understanding the current budgetary models in order to reinvent the methodology for creating the annual and mid-year budgets, and how to have communities involved in that process. And budgets are not just the financial documents, but they're also moral documents that demonstrate and reflect our values as the cities, and you as city leaders are also have been elected to represent that. So next slide. Goals. So number one goal is just learn, learn, and also teach each other. And that, that's part of the core reason why we're here is we hope that you all here listen and learn from us of what we have to offer. And what we have to say. But, you know, when it comes to spending and funding on police, what we realize we need to learn from other cities who are currently decreasing funds for their police departments, and then comparing our budget to other cities that have this similar population size and similar traffic or patterns and other factors, and also how they make decisions. And, you know, we're always doing that here in the Bay Area. And, you know, I think this conversation is nationwide, but how are we having those conversations closely with different departments? And then increasing transparency and access to crucial information, not just raw data that regular residents, ordinary residents who are impacted by budgets can't understand and can't reflect and digest that information. We're grateful for models like the Transparent Richmond to have those things. And so we've been exploring that website fairly. And then incorporate diverse opinions and ideas in the budget process. We know there's arranging opinions and layers to these conversations. And so we're, even in our own group, we're having different disagreements, but we're learning from each other and having that conversation. And our door is always open, and but we are, you know, very leaning towards the community and for them to have that agency to really decide what safety means to them and us. So some questions that came up before we can just dive into this process. Some people aren't experts at even just, you know, just getting involved in, yeah, there you go. In this whole process of coming to city councils, and then others are, you know, very well into this topic and they're experts. And so some of the questions we had was, where does the police funding, where's it coming from? So citywide, we're having that conversation, but also state and federal funding. And then what is the money being spent on? So discretionary fund spending versus core expenses, which ones is for salaries, which ones are for cars, weapons, and technology, and so on. And then how much of our city budget goes to policing in comparison to other services? And what does this say about our city values? And so we've seen different percentages about how much funding goes towards the police department, but it's ranged between at least 41% up towards 49, 48%. And it really depends what year you're looking at it, and if you're looking at it in the past 10 years. And, you know, some of the things we've also learned is that the police department has started to cut some of their positions and other parts of their department. And so we're also trying to be sensitive to that when we're advocating for ourselves. And then, but so yeah, so nearly half is what we're saying. And so half of our tax payers' money is going to police is kind of the conclusion from that point. How are overtime hours being used? And that's been a topic from police departments and their presentations. So we've just been interested in also just police officers being out there, and that's been a concern of the community as well, and how effectively they can do their job if they are having to do those kind of cuts. And then what impact does the funding structure, such as when officers are under investigation, what are those forms of accountability having an impact on the community and for justice when there is investigation and criminal activity? Next slide. So action items for the council, up to you all to see which ones interest you, but we've said city-led budget transparency, education sessions, again, explaining the budget in plain English, but I think also Spanish as well. I noticed the city council isn't in Spanish, and the school district is in Spanish, so that's a big contrast for me being on this meeting. Community Q&As, that's already been happening in different spaces. Comparison of budget actuals and call reports. And then mid-year budget review process, what does that look like when, you know, there's changes that need to be made to the budget at some point throughout the year? No RPD budget increases until reimagining public safety process is complete. Complete analysis of RPD, overtime use and spending, consideration of implementing liability insurance models for police misconduct settlements, and then implementation of participatory budget process for the fiscal year of 2022 budget. And
And then last but not least, police policies procedures. Presenting will be Angelica Delgado.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Angelica Delgado, and I'm presenting on behalf of the Police Policies and Procedures subgroup. So we really want to start by really looking at existing opportunities within the Community Police Review Commission, which will abbreviate in the presentation as CPRC, and the role that they can really play around reimagining and redefining public safety in Richmond. One of the ways that they can do this is by providing community control over the police, which is defined as active citizen or community involvement in policies, hiring, training, and oversight of police. Another way this can be done is by aiding the police in communicating information to the community and increasing confidence that the police are liable to the community by being a transparent pathway to reporting and creating trust in the process.
Oh, hold on. Got it. Go ahead.
Thank you. So, on the heels of that, one of the action items that we want to share and present to you today is around really empowering the CPRC. And some of the ways this can be done is by adding sexual abuse investigations to CPRC responsibilities, granting CPRC right to independently investigate any potential police misconduct of which it becomes aware, adding CPRC representation to all panels considering hiring and promotion of police officers, and allowing CPRC to investigate confidential whistleblower complaints by individual police officers. Another action priority that's important to really consider in this conversation and think about is community and integrity-based hiring practices. This includes, new officers receiving training in Richmond history and culture, banning any officer from being hired in Richmond who have been fired from other departments found to be violent or affiliated with hate groups, and having CPRC representation involved in the hiring process. Another action priority area is around traffic violation protocols and procedures. This includes instituting a moratorium on traffic fees and fines during the COVID-19 pandemic. Also banning pretextual stops in Richmond, which is a stop in which an officer detains someone for a minor offense, such as a traffic violation, in order to investigate a separate and unrelated suspected criminal offense, which then gives officers wide discretion in who they choose to stop. And a third area we would like to share is around requiring written consent for all vehicle searches. And then lastly, another policy action item we want to share is around liability and standards of conduct. This includes penalties or instituting penalties for officers turning off body cameras and officers having guns locked away when out in the community doing patrols during community engagement and around young people. So essentially making sure that we institute a non-threatening community engagement practices in Richmond, California. And so just to wrap up this section, we just really want to share that there are models of substantial policy reform across the nation, one of them being Minneapolis. But in addition to that, we also have Camden, New Jersey, which has reorganized its police force, the state of Washington, which has banned pretextual stops, Fayetteville, Durham, and Chapel Hill, which require consent to search vehicles. And Richmond, California should be one of these models as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you, everybody. So just wanted to give a quick summary of our short-term action items. This was on the screen. The RP budget increases to reimagine public safety process is complete. They empower the CPRC, banning previous violent officers who are part of hate groups, penalties for turning off body cameras, regulations around open and carrying of weapons, banning pretextual stops, moratorium of tracking fines and fees, and written consent for vehicle searches. And then the long-term action items. More budget transparency, mid-year budget review, analysis of overtime, a liability assurance model, and a participatory budget process for the 22 budget, training for new officers in Richmond for history and culture, development of non-police response to behavioral health crisis. We wanted to make sure that the community gets involved. We have a Facebook page. Please visit us on Facebook. We also have a survey that's coming out that will be attached on the Facebook page as well. We want community members in Richmond to fill it out because we want to hear from you. And then on Thursday, October 8th from 6 to 8 p.m., join our community forum that will be live on Facebook and other YouTube and other forums to have this conversation ongoing, because this is a real community process and we want as much community input as possible. With that, we are done and we're open for questions.
Okay, thank you. Anybody have questions? Do I see any hands up? Put them up.
Can I make a comment, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, sure.
I just want to address also, since the CPRC stuff was in here and it was originally on the agenda tonight, just so folks know, that was pulled off of the consent calendar, not because no longer a lack of commitment, but just after a conversation with the city manager, so we want to sort of follow certain procedures in doing it. But so just so folks know, that's why that was pulled. But that conversation is still ongoing.
Okay, any other questions or comments?
I have comments for after the public speakers, short, but yeah.
Oh, we have additional public speakers besides the presenters. Is that right, Madam Clerk?
Yes, we do. We have 7.
Okay, why don't you go ahead and call them?
Okay. The first 5 speakers are Sarah Cantor, Tania Pulido, Benjamin Terrial, and Yenny Garcia. Sarah, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Great, thank you so much. I am a resident of Richmond, and I wanted to give my public comment in support of this presentation and in support of a Richmond that where public safety is looked at as providing for the needs of residents and making sure that everyone has what they need and no one needs to turn to crime in desperation, rather than by criminalizing and punishing our residents who need the most. And I will leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Tania Pulido. Tania, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Council. My name is Tania Pulido. I live and work in Richmond, and I also grew up in the city. I support the Reimagining Public Safety Community Group and their recommendations. They are doing important work in our city, and I'm thankful for their efforts. We all know that the police are limited in their scope of work, and we need non-police response groups to address issues that have become vicious cycles in our city, such as domestic violence, family remediation, mental health crises, and etc. I normalized over-policing at a young age, and it's been the only solution that has been consistently funded in the city. And I also worked at a youth center and have worked in youth development for many years. And through asking questions with youth, they still feel the same way I did when I was young. And the truth is that there's a lot of distrust towards the police, and we need alternative response groups. And as stated by the Reimagine Safety Group, most of the calls are mental health crisis cases, and we are living in difficult times and are experiencing a mental health crisis at a national level. And given the status of the pandemic, it doesn't look like schools and other public institutions are going to open up anytime soon. And so right now is the time to invest in resources to assist with the symptoms of poverty and the pandemic. We need solutions that don't lead to a dead end, but that will offer resources for rehabilitation and healing. Please follow the leadership of this group of committed residents and leaders and people stepping up to the plate, and don't take their ideas for granted and listen actively. Thank you.
Yeah. My next speaker is Benjamin Terriot. Ben, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, Ben Terriot, President of the Richmond Police Officers Association. Just want to touch base on a couple of these issues brought up. Quite frankly, I mean, the Reimagine icon in this context is kind of essentially being used as defund. Defund as a slogan's been a total loser nationally, and yet this is kind of locally what we're calling for. Year after year, we've seen Richmond Police Department specifically being held as the gold standard of progressive 21st century policing. The issues generated nationally get emphasized here for some reason, but for us, most of the issues are a solution looking for a problem. Number one, we do not criminalize mental health at Richmond PD. And on one of the listed goals in this presentation is to look at cities for what they have defunded. We'll look at Minneapolis. The defunding efforts have come to a complete halt and crime's out of control. The police pulled back with the funding of police services. And now all the elected officials who were in July calling for the abolition of their police department are calling for the opposite. Mental health is a county function. We are not Berkeley. We are not San Francisco. Even if you got rid of the entire police department, you cannot provide some of the services that those residents are fortunate enough to receive. This is where that needs to be addressed. And if you talk to clinicians in the county, they have a non-crisis response that is something that the police department is moving to, and quite frankly, could have a positive outcome. However, when you talk to the clinicians who are responding to people in crisis, they will tell you they will not respond without police. This is a county function, and it's something that we need to take up and receive funds from the county on. Number one job of government is safety. There is nothing else. It's in the California Constitution. It's written about in the city charter. We've worked hard to turn the ship around with violence in this city, and the police department's actually been defunded for the past few years, and we've seen a lot of swelling in violence as a result. Traffic stops, the class they called a pretextual stop. We are one of the worst cities per capita in the state of California with injury accidents. Most of those
Your time has expired. Thank you. My next speaker is Yanni Garcia. Yanni, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, I want to show my support to the whole community as a whole. Just having this group organize and look at all the data and really think about a different approach on policing. I just want to urge city council members and the mayor to include this group because, our communities, when we're hurting, when we're in pain, we need to include the community. They know what needs to be changed. When other people start making other groups and they don't include the community that's actually being damaged, it's not okay. And I really, really hope that this group can work together with reimagining how policing will be. And, I urge the Richmond Police Department also to be open to listen, to reflect the changes that we're proposing. A lot of the things that we're proposing come because we have suffered. We are in pain. Our community is in pain. There has been people that have died. And we're trying really hard to make sure that our community lives longer, that there's no more youth out there dying. And, it really would help and encourage everyone if the RPD and the council and the group were just open to listen to each other and find solutions and support each other. That will really bring the community together. So I really hope that you all will support the people that are listening to, that, you look at this from a different perspective and the goal of having public safety change in our city so that no one else feels the way that people have felt before with the police. We should feel comfortable with
Time
it.
has expired. Thank you. My next speaker is Kristen Killian Lobos, and the last two speakers after that are Mike Parker and Luis Chacon. I cannot get to Kristen, so I will take Mike right now. Mike, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. I think without a doubt, the Richmond police are far better than some of the police that we've been reading about in other areas of the country. And I think that that's largely because this community has worked on trying to improve police-community relations and change the policies of policing over the last 10 years. We've also done things like the Office of Neighborhood Safety as a different way of handling and dealing with crime. I think that what Ben Terrio is missing is what this committee is trying to say, which is that public safety, the safety of the public, is not simply the police or even primarily the police. The police only get in once we are unsafe. The idea is to figure out the things that will make the community safer for people so that the police are not required. The police are the bandages on a sickness. They are not the cure of the sickness. Now, this committee that's been meeting, and I've been a member of it, has involved about 50 people who have worked very hard over the last several months trying to grapple with all these questions with seriousness, understanding the different interests and so forth that's involved. I think they've done some marvelous work and that they will continue to do some. The big problem is we know that the public attention is fickle. And even though people are looking at policing issues right now, if we allow this thing just to simply be dragged out, what will happen is it'll go away and we'll go back to the institutionalized racism that we have in our city as well as in the rest of the country. So we have to make sure that the council doesn't just say, oh, this is nice and applaud it, but says, okay, now we're going to start moving on some of these things. We can take them up one at a time seriously, but we're going to take action. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will try Kristen. Give me a second. Kristen, to speak, you can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Kristen Killian-Robles, and I'm a member of the Reimagining Public Safety Working Group. I'm a community activist here in Richmond, and I'm a recent graduate of the Health and Human Service program at Contra Costa College. And I did my clinical internship at Ujima Family Recovery Services here in Richmond. I became a counselor because I was already an outspoken advocate for more equity in the system of behavioral health care. And 8 years ago, the mobile crisis team in Berkeley helped my family in a life or death situation that ended with my loved one being successfully hospitalized and getting the care she needed. So even though we were a Richmond resident, we had a crisis on the street in Berkeley, and I didn't even know about the team, but they really helped us that day. Sadly, it's too easy to see who gets help and who gets arrested or harmed in these same kinds of crisis situations when no mobile team is available. If we look at the youth system, we currently have Black and brown youth are in the juvenile justice system, while the white youth are in programs and hospitals. What do they have in common? They have anxiety, depression, schizophrenia, trauma, child abuse, learning disabilities, complex trauma, and all of these things put youth at risk for substance use. Every town needs a non-police response for all 911 calls related to substance use or mental health crisis. Too many people in the Bay Area and all over the country have been harmed or killed by the police. And by the way, many of our community members, our strongest leaders, are in recovery themselves. We never give up on anyone, and we do recover. And I would like to say that I don't want anyone harmed who's high or drunk. Everyone deserves a chance to sober up and have a successful life.
Time has expired. Thank you, Kristen. My last speaker is Luis Chacon. Luis, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Thank you, City Council, for hearing us out today. I do appreciate y'all taking the time to listen and engage in the presentation. I am a little confused by some speaker comments, especially as a gentleman's try to invalidate some of the work that's been done by the Reimagine group by saying that we're not other cities, we're not Berkeley, San Francisco, et cetera, but then cites Minneapolis as a supposed failed project and then as an excuse for us to not take this work seriously. So council, I do urge you to please engage with this work. I know some of y'all have dismissed it as agenda-based and as work done by the same folks over and over, by activists or whatever it might be. But just know that a lot of time and effort has been put into this work. It's really about being proactive with public safety and really thinking about what approaches we can take as a community to really ensure that all of our community needs are met. and taken care of. And it's really about ensuring that we are utilizing the services of the police in the most productive way, possible, sorry. And this is really to ensure that the police time is used effectively, right? And making sure that the needs of our community and our residents are met with the appropriate response, especially when police might not be necessary, depending on the situation. But ultimately, what it really comes down to is about honoring the humanity and the dignity of the residents of Richmond, and even the surrounding areas. It's really about looking at what steps the city and city leaders can really take to really take this moment as serious as possible and really turn our community into a space that will foster and allow for everybody's ongoing livelihood. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was the last speaker.
Okay, can you take the, there you go, thank you. Any further comments by council members? I wanted to comment.
Okay.
You know, that was a very impressive presentation. You all have done a lot of good work, and I think it's going to be very useful. I think particularly the some of the policy reforms have been things that we've already been talking about. And as we move ahead, you know, the council authorized a task force to do this work. And I've asked each council member to nominate 3 people. So we'll be creating a task force with 21 people on it. And each of you who have participated in this effort we saw tonight are encouraged to contact 1 or more council members and ask to be appointed. But in addition to that, anybody can participate. So if you all want to participate as a group, you're welcome to. If you want to participate as individuals, you're welcome to. The meetings of the task force will be held under the rules of the Brown Act, which means they'll be publicly announced. There'll be agendas, and everyone will have a right to speak. So as we move forward, I appreciate the work you've done. I think this will give us a jump start into some of the hard work we have to do. I did want to talk about a couple of challenges, and that I'm hoping to see you all or somebody take up. And that is, you know, I noted on one of the slides that one of the objectives for people providing mental health or homeless related responses, that the responses would be the same as the police. And so, you know, right now in Richmond, we have a minimum of, you know, Richmond's broken into three districts, 9 beats, and we have a minimum of 1 police officer on each beat, and there are 3 shifts in a day. So on any given day, we're going to have a minimum of 27 different individual police officers on a beat, prepared to respond to an emergency. If we provide the same level of response for mental health and homeless issues separate from the police, it means that we have to have an additional minimum of 27 individuals available to provide that. And I don't understand how the economic model of this works. And I'm not being critical. I'm just saying I'm really curious about how that works. How when you build these capabilities, you know, how do you make it all work, and how do you do it within the same budget we have now? Now, I've been to at least 2 different presentations. One before the city council about the county showing us how they can provide these types of services. You know, the county really has substantial services related to mental health already. and they have less substantial, but still um, uh, services related to homelessness. And they've made it clear that they are welcome to fill this void and provide these services. But they've also made it clear they're not going to pay for them. That if the city wants them, they can provide them at any level the city wants, but they're not going to pay for them. So I think one of the challenges that we're going to be looking at in the future is how does the economic model work to adapt to the kind of thing that people are suggesting. And you know, there's been a lot of discussion about the cahoots model in Eugene, Oregon. I just looked it up. Eugene has a violent crime rate that's more than twice what Richmond's is. So they don't have the challenges with violent crime that we do. They also have a much higher property crime rate. And so how that model works for them might have to be modified to work in Richmond because we're very different places. So I don't have any solutions. I'm just saying these are some of the issues that we're going to have to look at. Councilmember Willis.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'd like to say thank you to Councilmember Myrick and Reimagining Public Safety Group for bringing this presentation forward, because it was a long time coming. And I know that this conversation has been going on for more than a decade on how we're looking at public safety and instituting it in also a more holistic way by looking at indicators as housing, access to services, or job opportunities as some things that contribute to the lack of public safety we sometimes feel when folks are out there struggling to survive. Yeah, also, since this conversation's been happening, there's been a lot of conversation in recent years. I think the mayor kind of alluded to it, but I don't know if that's directly what he was talking about, was community members across the county have been pushing Contra Costa on the Miles Hall mental health unit and honor and recognition of what happened to Miles Hall in Walnut Creek when he came into contact with officers and was tragically killed. And we've had Richmond residents also express similar situations out here when it came to interactions with police years prior. And I know since this conversation's been happening, I've had personal friends who have been victims of domestic abuse, and they've had to interact with the police, and they didn't have any complaints necessarily about the police officers, but they did say that whenever the police left, it made things worse for them in the ultimate long run. And, you know, taking into consideration what our chief said about how hard it is to recruit police in general, however we do it, I think it's going to be absolutely essential that we do have some sort of mental health unit that looks at those mental health services calls, that works with homeless and works with individual and different levels of domestic violence to approach it from a mental health and holistic standpoint, rather than like, is there a law being broken here, or how can we enforce the law today? And then, you know, our cops are forced to go to the next service call because there's already been complaints about them not being able to meet a lot of them. And that does have to do with low staffing challenges. I definitely acknowledge that. And my vision and excitement about thinking of a mental health unit in Richmond, or seeing what a Miles Hall mental health program looks in Richmond, is how can that unit alleviate some of the service calls to deal with the percentage of calls that are about mental health, the suspicious person, domestic violence, or we still got people calling cops on homeless, even though we don't criminalize homelessness out there. It doesn't stop those calls from coming in. So how do we have a unit of folks that's trained in mental health to actually really address that, so the police are alleviated the pressure of having to service every single call out there? So, I mean, this is an important conversation we need to have. I don't think this is a conversation that can just go away by ignoring it, and thinking about the implementation and how it works in the development of the model is going to be very important. And I think the presentation we just heard this evening was a very productive, constructive, and intelligent way on how to approach it, to give us a blueprint on what public safety can look like in Richmond, and how does Richmond continue to be a model on public safety in this community. So thank you so much for the presentation.
Any other comments by council members? Councilmember Martinez.
Yeah, I want to really thank the Committee on Reimagining Public Safety. That was fantastic work. It really shows me that the citizens in Richmond know how to take care of their own. They know how to think about the problems that we have, and they find solutions, or they find a roadmap that will take us to where we need to go. And I don't think it helps to be defensive about possible solutions. You know, we need to step back, take a breath, and realize that we're all in this together, and we're trying to work together. And so I hope that everyone who is a stakeholder in this will continue moving forward. And I can actually see the work that you're doing being the model for moving forward. And it seems like you guys have already developed the ability to coordinate the kind of communication, the kind of forum building that we were actually looking at circle education to do. And I would highly recommend letting you guys take that $17,000 to reimagine public safety and to organize Richmond into moving forward. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments? Vice Mayor Bates?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to the committee, and especially you, Randy, who sort of headed up the committee. I think you made a nice presentation. I want to speak from a slight different perspective, and that is having been in professional sports for a few years, I think what the committee would be very valuable in doing is assessing what we have here in Richmond. For an example, if you have a sports team and you want to improve it to be a championship quality, first thing you do is evaluate your strengths and your weaknesses within your organization, which suggests that looking at the Richmond Police Department, and from your perspective, evaluate things that they are doing right and correct, things that they need to improve upon, which is a very important quality. And in doing so, I think that we can come forward with a more comprehensive and accurate assessment of what we need to do in the future. For an example, I don't know if anyone knows how many murders have the Richmond police committed in the last 10, 15, or 20 years? How many complaints have there been about the department reference to police brutality and so forth? And once we get that stats, then we're able to look, and you may find that you got a department that is a lot more receptive to the community than you think. And we can't compare Richmond to what is occurring in some of these other jurisdictions because it's completely different. It's apples and oranges and bananas and so forth. So I think we need to ask the police department to provide some research and give the committee or your group, and as well as a new task force that's coming forward, the statistics of exactly evaluate what they're doing right, what they're doing wrong, and what they need to improve upon, and how should we go forward. So thanks again for your committee's report.
Okay, any other comments from council members? Okay, I don't see any. This is not an action item.
I just want to quickly.
Randy has a
wanted to
question.
say a quick
Mayor.
comment, if that's okay, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, go ahead, Randy.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that people, that the council knows, the city knows, that this is an ongoing process. This is the first of many. And we wanted to make clear that in our presentation that we are looking at data, we are looking at analysis. So like that makes comment about looking at the police and seeing what they do well and what they don't do well. And that's the point of our group, is that we're taking the data. That's why I requested data 2 months ago, to have that conversation, to look at the numbers, to look at what's going on, and to make those decisions, right? This is not what Big Bear said, like we talk about the funding. We're not talking about the funding. It's like really looking at at every point and what we look at public safety, and coming to a decision that makes sense, that's based on data, not based on emotion, based on facts, not based on what we think is going on. Like, he wants to say that the Richmond police is a gold standard, but there's been a lot of cracks in that over these last couple of years. And I don't have to sit here and talk about all the stuff that's been going on, but we want to take a closer look at that data. And this is an ongoing process that we will continue to meet, and we continue to have these conversations. And we hope the city will work with us with giving us that data and giving us that information, so we can make these informed decisions with community members present. So we wanted to make sure that's very clear, and we hear you guys, and we want to hear from the city. We want to hear from the community members about how this process goes along. So we are continuing to, like that base. We are continuing to look at that data. To the mayor, we are looking at different processes. We are looking at that question of how the county can be a part of mental health, or how the city can do it. But that takes data and looking at that. So hopefully you give us access to that information, so we can make these informed decisions and present it to the community, so they can make an informed decisions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And with that, I think we're going to move to item G1 on the consent calendar.
I think there was Councilmember Willis was up to speak. And I had pulled G1 not to bring it back, but it's up for today. Yeah.
Somebody else wanted to speak on this?
I thought Willis wanted to still speak on this item.
He doesn't have a hand up.
No,
Okay.
well, I just wanted to make sure Randy had his chance to say what he said, and I already said my comments. Thank you.
Okay.
And I'll just thank that panel.
Let's move to item G1, Madam Clerk.
So G1 was removed.
Withdrawn from the agenda. G1 was withdrawn from the agenda.
Oh, it was withdrawn. I thought it was, oh, okay.
So we're
Totally.
moving to item K.
So I think we're done, right?
Item K, reports of officers, referrals to staff, and general reports, including AB 1234 reports.
Anybody have a report?
Mr. Mayor, in adjourning the meeting, I hope that you are going to adjourn the meeting in honor of our Supreme Court Justice Ginsburg. I had the pleasure of meeting her once, and while serving as a National League of Cities Board of Directors, and I can say that that lady was the epitome of an outstanding jurist and a Supreme Court justice, and a great humor as well. So we're gonna dearly miss her, and thanks to her family for the contribution she's made to all of the United States of America, Republican, Democrats, every racial group. She was a pioneer and a fighter that's gonna be dearly missed.
Thank you for that memoriam, Vice Mayor. Councilor Willis.
Yeah, I had a memoriam too. I don't know if some other council members had the same one, but the recent homicide last Friday, Lamonta Butcher, otherwise known as a local rapper named Tayway Butcher, was gunned down. And actually it was right after he posted one of his last videos on Instagram near 4th Street. And yeah, I wanted to make sure we end the meeting in memory of that. Also, I just wanted to put out there to the city manager. I know we haven't talked about it much, but I want to see if there's a report on what the city of Richmond can do in collaborations with the county and hosting a drop-off ballot box from when the ballots come until election day as well, because as it is with the news reports, there's already a lot of confusion on how that's going to happen for residents. The county definitely has accurate information on how that's going to be going down county-wide, but we all know that not everybody is paying attention to the morning County Board of Supervisor meetings briefing. So if there's a way that we can make it convenient for our residents to also be able to vote and host some ballot boxes in collaboration with the county, I think that would be very important and essential for us to look into.
And
So
I'm sorry, go ahead.
our city clerk is completely up on this. We have a permanent box right outside. And I'm sure she has additional ideas too.
Yeah, the permanent ballot box has been with the city of Richmond for 2 years. It's located right right in front of the city council's parking lot. It looks like a mailbox. It's a big white box and it says permanent. It says voting. And we're gonna have signs out. We post information in the weekly reports with the city manager. And I guess the mayor, he posts that information in his e-form. So
And we are happy to start taking those ballots, out there the second they get mailed. And on the consent calendar day, also, you all passed recognition of voter registration day too.
Okay, and I'm sorry, go ahead. You had more?
Oh yeah, the only last comment I was gonna say is I'm glad that's there. I just can't recall us talking about that in recent months openly at the city council. So I just wanted to address that so there's more of a public notice during this forum. So thank you.
yeah, I believe the city manager made an announcement before for us, also announcing that we had the permanent box.
Okay, and I have both a memoriam and a happy note. On the memoriam side, Hannah Edwards, the daughter of Tom and Lucretia Edwards, who grew up in Richmond but has been living in Vallejo, died this week. And then on the happy side, Betty Reed Soskin celebrated her 99th birthday today. So happy birthday, Betty. And anybody else have anything? Okay, with that, we are adjourned.
It's 9:39.